السلام عليكم. يا الليلة عندنا topic مهم هنا كمان الليلة. سلام عليكم. This is our last speaker from our symposium. As we told you, we welcome you. مرحب بكم كلكم. ليلة النظام الفدرالي اللي هو مستر سوبا سامويل يكون معنا. يا هلا بكم. This is مرحبا بكم كلكم. Blessed Sunday. You just share the room لأنه احنا هنبدأ بعد شوية، وكمان برضو في يوتيوب احنا live وكده. wherever you're watching just let's keep it up. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. You're all welcome. لأنه التوبيك بتاع الليلة المتحدث باسم جبهة خلاص هو هيتكلم الليلة في جانب وده جانب مهم جدا لنا يعني. سي إن بدأ ليلة كمان شوية ليلة قناة الكنيسة ليلة Sunday. Blessed Sunday to you.
You are my defender, comforter. Press your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Kelana geni beta. Kelana fadulu lenta. Kelana geni beta. Kelana fadulu lenta. You are my defender, comforter. Press your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Let the land be senaita. Umanyao bijere lukua. Zakure kure. Ali bijere mabikutaba. Kitara buna rabuna. Ifutukulu. Musana mualako. Tesim taki. Bidaya wanikaya. Tesim taki. Ita mabigeru, ita la sawa sawa. Kelana geni leita, fadulu leita, kelana geni leita, kelana fadulu leita. You are my defender, comforter. Press your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Kelana geni leita, kelana fadulu leita, kelana geni leita, kelana fadulu leita. You are my defender, comforter. Press your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Suba Samuel. Hata fi mashakil ketiri. Kumta dunia ketiri awi. Kelana geni leita rapuna. Immanuel alamanina. Kelana
ده كان أخوة بتاعنا نانسي، ماما نانسي. هي غنت ترنيمة بتاعنا. أحد مبارك لكم يا جماعة. زي ما انتم شايفين الليلة التوبيك بتاعنا بيتكلم governance and administrative practice in a federal system. طبعا لسه احنا متواصلين بسيمبوزيوم بتاعنا اللي احنا بدأناه هسي أخذ له أسبوعين، أجدت 4 أسابيع وزيادة. ده آخر متحدث الليلة اللي هو مستر سوبا سامويل اللي هو ناس spokesperson هيتكلم في الجانب ده. فأنا بشكركم كتير وحضور بتاعكم. يا ريتوا تعملوا شير للغرفة وبرضه لليوتيوب بالذات. الناس اللي في فيسبوك انت ممكن تشيل اللينك you paste it on your page. Before you post it, just first take the link, and when it's open then you'll be able to post it. هيظهر فيديو كامل للناس اللي شنو اللي في اسمه شنو اللي في فيسبوك. فالمهم احنا في مواصلة بتاع آخر متحدث بتاعنا يا هو مستر سوبا، وبعد شوية هو هيجي وخلينا نواصل. احنا نستمع برضو اسمه شنو اسمه شنو ده. أندر ناخد أول الصوت بتاع جنرال توماس قبل ما احنا نستمع لغنى بتاع اسمه شنو غنى منه احنا نجيب مستر سوبا.
وانتو ما في زول بيكون قاعد قالوا ما في فوق. في كلام بتاعنا في داخل الجنوب حاجه تاني جا حاصل لزول تاني هناك قال ده انا ما في فوق. كاينو اساكر تسالفا كي كاتلو ناس قال انا ما في فوق. جينا كم نسوان قال انا ما في فوق. يسدي مقبله قال انا ما في فوق. انا ده نقول لكم انه ما في شعب جناجا الا ده شعب الكوكي ما بعده. شعب الكي كلم قال انا ما في فوق ودي براو ده شعب بنتي لانه الحكومه الظالم ده الجيش بتاعه كانت هم قادر وقفوا ما بعدون. وفي زولتان يجي كلم قال انا ما في فوق ده هم بكاتوليتا هم جروب ما جروب. بكره ده بكاتوليتا وبكره بيروح العقوب بتاعك بعد بكره العقوب بتاعك ثاني ولا العقوب بتاعك ثاني. عشان كده تكون لازم تكونوا موجودين مع بعض. لازم تكونوا مع بعض. لازم تكونوا متماسكين. اي زول اللي يجي كلم قال هو زول محايد ده ذاته يجي يكون سالفه غير يجي كثير في داخل النظام في داخل البلد. يا زول يسيبوا سالفه غير يستعملوا البلد قدام البلد. ده يسيبوا سالفه غير بيكون عنده طول زمن طويل جدا في السلطه وبيدمر البلد. نو ناس اللي يجي كلم قال انا محايد ده او ناس اللي يجي يجرون ورا. فانتوا شجعوا نفسكم. كان انتم اللي يقول زول ده يجي كلم قال هو محايد كلم قال شغل محايد بتاعك ده يجي يكون تاب ده نجي يزيدوا. وريت اقول له زين ما في حاجه محايد. في حاجه بطال في الشيطان في داخل البلد وفي حاجه الكويس في البلد. انت لازم بيختار بين حاجه البطال وحاجه الكويس. ما في حاجه في نص. بلد انتهى وماشي يفرتك. انت لسه دير كلمه قال انت في نص ما في حاجه زي ده. نو ناس اللي يجي كلمه قال من جوه في نص ده ناس يجي يقول راس جن بيتا بني لك يوم الليل. شكل محايد ده. سو انتوا اجيفوا مع بعض شيلوا ديسيجن. عارفين انه في الزمن الصعب ده وخاصه الناس اللي داخل البلد في خوف. حتى الناس اللي قاعدين برا في خوف في تهديدات من اجهزه بتامن بتسال فكر. لكن انت شيلوا شجاعه ربطوا قلبك وشيلوا ديسيجن عشان انت تجيب ما بلد بتاعك ونضال بتاع الشعب بتاعك.
يا ده كان كلمات من جنرال توماس. هو كان راسل الرسالة ده كتير جدا. ده كان في 2000 تقريبا 2023 كان انترفيو اللي هو في أنتربي هو رسل الرسالة ده، وإحنا سجلنا الصوت ده من هناك. أمين في يا كان ده كان تقريبا في ناس يو اس اي ميديا يس. فالمهم إنه بنشكركم، نشكر وجودكم. أنا منتظر برضه كان الضيف بتاعنا بقى هنا عشان بعد ذاك إحنا نبدأ بعد شوية كده.
Listen, this is a message from the National Salvation Front to bring peace and unity to our people.
Keep sharing the room here out the video عشان ده آخر اسمه شنو متحدث للسيمبوزيوم بتاعنا ده، عشان كمان كان في زول عنده أسئلة، ناس اللي كان عندهم أسئلة بتاعهم عنده علاقة بالنظام بلاجة الحكومة في ظل النظام الفيدرالي، تكون لقيت فرصة إنه تسأل أسئلة بتاعك.
Rise up, my people. 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 Yeah, rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. Nas people power. Nas people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. National Salvation Mission to restore our unity. National Salvation Mission to restore our dignity. To bring us the rule of law and accountability. Social justice and the equal rights. To restore people dignity. Establish a federal system. We believe in people power. To restore our unity. To restore our rights. Nas people power. Nas people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. It's a time for South Sudanese and all to rise up to fight for their own rights. We got to move this regime out of our way. General Thomas doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. National Salvation doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. Look at all opposition in Juba, they sign peace with no solution. Look at all opposition sign peace in Juba, they left with no solution. Make your decision, National Salvation is the last solution. Make your decision. National salvation is the last solution. Nasgua, people power. Nasgua, people power. Nasgua, yeah, people power. Nasgua, yeah, people power.
الناس قوة people power. I hope guest بتاعنا في هنا. أنا بتمنى كانوا في moderators وشفتوه ممكن ترفعوا فوق عشان بعد ذاك إحنا نبدأ. Otherwise I will also send him a message so he can appear. معلش يا جماعة خلينا نشوفوا.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power.
Always nice for people power. My brothers and sisters, follow, I will say, the followers of this symposium from the beginning. As like when we started, I want to appreciate you all, and I want to make a small correction. That voice of General Thomas that I played before, it was actually when he was hosted in Mega Media, forum here in Clubhouse. That was on the first January 2024. Thank you. So as we continue with our symposium, the National Salvation Front, since we organized this major political symposium under the slogan, "With the federal system, we will build a safe and advanced state." Today we have a last speaker. He's Mr. Suba Samuel. He's actually the NAS spokesperson. He's going to talk from different acts today. He's a governance and administrative practice in federal system. So we are honored today to host him, and I'm sure we will be able to interact with him, and people will be able also to come on the stage to ask some questions for those who are having some question that are related to the governance or the governments under the federal system. So as for governance is concerned in South Sudan, federalism has been a key demand of our people over the past few decades. It is a historical quest of our people since before independence of Sudan in 1956. It is continuing in the past 2011 independent South Sudan. Federalism therefore formed an important pillar of the National Salvation Front. Front's aim to build a state that is accommodative of our diversities, regardless of gender, religion, or ethnicity. A genuine, well-intended or intentioned and well-implemented federal system of the government will go a long way towards building a participative, people-based democratic system that will address many of the root causes of conflict in our country. Of course, my brothers and sisters, many people or many countries around us in the world are governed under the same form of federal system, also reaping fruit, top of which continuation of sustained peace in their country. So, of course, NAS, as we members of NAS or even the movement, takes governance seriously, as it is a prerequisite of the progress. Using, of course, the wrong system of the governance is like building a house on a weak and unsuitable or unstable freedom foundation. Sorry, this is the importance for the dedicating time to produce this document. It is therefore, my brothers and sisters, uh, we hope that after we continue to, we have finished this symposium as we started with the last speaker today. I'm sure some of you might have also a bit of understanding of federal system, uh, especially when it comes to the NAS perspective, because we are the first movement that came out clearly with a document of federal system. On October, it was approved by General Thomas. By then, if some of you can visit the NAS website, you will find all our documents there available. You will be able even to read the summary. Will give you a full clue about which kind of the federal system that we want. So, my brothers and sisters, with that being said, I would appreciate you and thank you very much. You can see that our guest is here, Mr. Suba Samuel Manasseh, the NAS spokesperson. As we said, he's going to talk about the governance and administrative practice in the federal system. First, we'll give him a chance to introduce himself, and then from there he will proceed, to give us his document today, talking about the federal system in governance and administrative practice uh, of this system. So after that, then we will also allow people to come and ask questions, and then from there we will end our, our symposium. And then maybe we will arrange another meeting that all of them, the speakers, who the previous speakers plus the current speaker now, they will come, and then we'll have one session. They will all be there, and we will also give chance to many people to come and ask their question if there's still some question remaining or was not asked or maybe not answered. Thank you very much, Mr. Suba. The floor is yours. Please welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, compatriot Teresa, compatriot Dominic, and compatriot Simon. I hope my voice is clear.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you once again. I want to take this opportunity to, of course, thank you very much, moderators, for first of all organizing this wonderful symposium to take through our members as well as the people of South Sudan this important topic of federal system in South Sudan, because as a political organization or group, we are trying to contribute to the governance system in the country, as well as contributing to in search of peace and stability by at least advocating for system that will at least help the country progress to stability and prosperity. And that has been our interest and request. And that's why we are having such discussion, conversations with the people, such that they understand the angle that we are coming from and what we wanted to implement. I also want to thank the listeners of this important symposium, especially those who have been following throughout the almost now 5 sessions, I call it series of this federalism debate. I think your attendance and your participation in these discussions, especially those who have been asking questions, I think is very much welcome and thankful for that. And that's the kind of conversation that we want. And I think if we go by that, not only that we build trust among ourselves, but this is where we're going to inculcate confidence. And of course, that one will reduce fears that some of us are entertaining about some organization or even some leaders in South Sudan. Of course, I'm Suba Samuel Manasi. I'm the spokesperson of National Salvation Front. Of course, this topic is very interesting because, like some of us, we have participated in governance in South Sudan. For instance, even during the liberation struggle, we have been in the liberated area, mostly in Yei, and we have interacted with our people, and we have given people some hope. I remember I was working with one time. I was working with the civil society, and we are working in the villages. We are working in the Payams, the Bomas. That time, with the hope that we are preparing our people for governance for after, of course, achieving independence. And potentials, we have realized that time a great potential from our people on governance. I remember during the struggle, you cannot believe that there are some areas who used to collect some revenues, and some Payams collect some revenues and remit them to the central pool in Yei. For instance, that time Payam like Umbachi, that's under Yei, and then that time Lanya also is under Yei. So Lanya was a Payam, and there is a continuous collections of revenue, submit them to the administration in Yei, and that was during the struggle when there was no government. So you can see that there is capacity, there is ability, there is interest, and people will know how they can do job if they are actually directed or if there is a power given to them. So that is one. And also, after independence, we're able to work with the government. For instance, I worked at the commission in Lanya, and after that, I progressed to the level of minister, and even I worked as a deputy governor of Central Equatoria for 3 months. So we have learned of the strength of our people, and then also weaknesses, especially when it comes to this the current governance system that we have, which is actually dispowering, does not empower people, or it is not injecting a lot of initiative to our population so that they can be able to realize their full potential as well as service delivery is concerned. So I'm happy today to come and interact with our people, sharing some perspectives on this important topic, which is, of course, with the theme that with federal system, we shall be able to build a safe and advanced state. So today I'll be tackling on the federal system, on governance and administrative perspective. And we're all aware, our colleague, especially Al-Haj Paul, on 30th of June, he talked about federalism on historical perspective, where he was able to refresh our mind on the federal system, how it started, and how it ran through until the level what we are, the debate, and then the desire even of this system. And then we also looked at political aspect of federalism, which was discussed by compatriot Dominic Lakwe. And that was also a wonderful discussion because he was able to pin down some basic understanding of federalism on political perspective. Then on 14th, which was later on shifted to, I think, 16, due to some technical challenges to brother compatriot Paris Matthew, where he discussed federal system on financial aspect, and its financial and economic aspect, literally physical federalism. We also had a very good discussions there. We were able to learn a lot of principles under that aspect of federal physical federalism. And then on 28th, 21st, that's where we looked at federalism on constitutional and legal perspective by brother compatriot Pukulo Beta, where he took us through the critical areas of constitutional order, how constitution plays a critical role in leveraging the execution of this federal system. And having learned all this, today we are now looking at the federal system on governance and administrative perspective, now putting down these ideas that we discussed on the real structure that we want and its operations. And this is actually basically what I'm going to discuss today. And also after that, I will be willing to listen, because this is just a conversation. It is not a one-way traffic knowledge. It is a sharing of ideas. And then from there, of course, the moderators and the organizers will now take us maybe to a differentiation on how we can now come out with some sort of maybe evaluating or validating or correcting other things that have come from the listeners and through feedbacks and the like. And I hope that one will mark the end of our discussions, and then we'll go forward with what we do. Thank you very much for listening. Sarah, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you a lot, Compatriot Suba, and I'm glad you're able also to let the listeners go through from the beginning of Symposium until now. So, with that being said, Mr. Suba, if in case you will take some time now to express your view, if you feel like you want to get rest or any form of break, like taking water, let us know, and then we'll have a short break. But right now, I'll give you floor back to continue now to start with the Symposium. Just let us know how the governance and administrative practice in the system of federalism here. Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you. I think let me just, for the sake of time, let me straight away continue. I'm going to discuss about NAS thinking on federation, especially anchoring my discussion or debate on governance perspective. And I structured my argument following some headings or topics, and I think follow that logically. As part of our introduction, probably, you all know that debates on federation or federalism has occupied a special space in the political history and development of Sudan, then as one country, and later as South Sudan, now as an independent country for almost 8 decades. And this is a long time, in fact, on this particular topic being discussed in the political space of the country. And of course, we know very well that usually when there are issues either to do with the peace process, either to do with the political system, either to do with the conflict misunderstandings in the country and the like, during when the country was won and after when we are independent, always this topic comes out. People refer to it always, and that's why I'm saying it has been in the political space of South for a long time, almost 8 decades. You remember the event of Juba Roundtable Conference of 1947. It can attest to the popularity of this system of governance, because this is where its originality can be traced from. And of course, those Southerners who participated then in this roundtable conference, they demanded for federal arrangement as a tool of safeguard from the fear of another likely domination from the Northerners, who had already then started exhibiting bad motives of domination. You remember when British were already planning to the policies of decolonization, of leaving, Arabs have already started, organizing themselves to inherit the power. And then, of course, there is that sign that there is likely to be recolonization by our northern brothers. And therefore, the Southerners then tried to demand for federal system, at least to make sure that that aspect of domination is minimized or it is stopped totally. That was how the whole thing came about. Also, you remember, after that, especially the history of our struggle as the people of South Sudan, especially starting with Anyanya 1, and then the SPLM, SPLA, the wars that were being fought, the protracted wars that have been fought. When you look at the agenda, mostly, the slogan that has been used in this struggle was actually a slogan against the center, in favor of the rights of the people in the periphery or in the margin. The argument was that it is the people in the Khartoum, that's what they used to say, who is dominating the political power, economic power, and everything in Sudan. And therefore, the people in the periphery, the people who are marginalized, are organizing themselves to destroy this center in order to dismantle. By destroying the center, meaning you are destroying the centers of power and you share it, you bring it to the periphery and the others remain. That was the argument by then, because you cannot destroy a center and bring this power to the periphery. But then the idea is how to share this power. That has been the logic behind. So even if it has not come out clearly that that's federalism, but you can see the power or the will or the spirit of federalism, rotating around some of these slogans that we make in an opaque way, not clearly. You see that? And that's why during Anyanya 1, they achieved, at the end of the day, autonomous government under United Sudan. They are able to grab some little power, which of course, at the end of the day, it is given to them. But the real power, the real gist, it actually was in the center. It is just more or less like giving somebody bone without flesh, or bone which is fatty that you cannot enjoy. Rather, flesh or meat which is fatty, which you don't at the end of the day enjoy. That was what Anyanya one achieved, but if you look at it, spirit of federalism is still rotating around where governance is supposed to be, shared among the constituencies that are there. For the SPLM, on the other hand, received or achieved, you remember, two systems. We were able to achieve two systems under one country. You see that? We have government in North and we have government in the South. You see? And then and then there is and then of course at the end of a 6 years period, under the principle of self-determination, which culminated into the what? Secession of South Sudan. See? So you just look around, it is all the spirit of this self-rule, the spirit of having power to govern, to have a say, it still lingers around. So now the central South Sudanese political struggle is actually a clarion call, the clarion call for the destruction of the center, which was always regarded as a source of the problem to the South Sudanese people's dignified existence, and therefore need for establishment of common state that benefits all the people at the center and those also at the margin. You see that is how the whole thing has been going around until to the current level that today we are in. So, National Salvation Front and its allies in Soma, the group that we're in Soma, we are struggling against the regime of the SPLM under Salva Kiir and his political friends or cronies in what we refer to as a second liberation. What we are in now is a second liberation. This second liberation is a struggle against injustice, against tribalism, against corruption, and the contradiction in government. You see that? Contradiction in government. The governance system that we have in the country, it has a lot of contradiction, has a lot of problems. So this second liberation is supposed to bring to an end this first republic, which is having this system of governance, which is not helping us at all, and immediately established a different republic, second republic, the Federal Democratic Republic of South Sudan, where now we should be now implementing this federal system of governance. So this is where we are coming from. You see that? So because we believe that there are principles that if they are implemented under this federal system of governance, we will be able to achieve a lot. We will be able to achieve safe and advanced state. Unlike the system that we have now, which is not able to procure for us a safe state and advanced state. And then you can be able to procure for us a safe state. Is South Sudan a safe state now? This is the thing that you have to answer. You have to answer yourself. Ask yourself and answer if South Sudan is a safe state or not. Is the current government system that we have, governance system we have, is it able to provide for us an advanced state? Is South Sudan an advanced state currently? You try to measure it from 2005 after now. Is there anything advanced about that system that we have? How has it quantitatively addressed, transformed the country, transformed the people into better? Has it done that? So these are the, I think, philosophical, intellectual, and even direct questions that we need to ask ourselves honestly, and then we see. Then, if that has not been done, then what is the way forward? And for us in National Salvation Front, that's why we say the only system that can help us address all the challenges that we have in the country, whether it's security, whether it is corruption, whether it is land issues, whether it is issues to do with economic challenges, and many, many challenges that we have there, tribalism and the like, destruction of the state, with wrong policies and the like, can only be addressed by a governance system that can be able to regulate all this and build a state based on the rule of law and be able to make sure that everything is under control. That's as an introduction. The second part that I want to tackle with you here, we want to look together on the current governance system that we have, and then we interrogate it, and then finally we conclude under this particular topic here, under governance system that we have, the current one we have, and ask what system is it? What system exactly we have in South Sudan now? Okay, we have at least 5 systems of governance that we know. I think political scientists and public scholars of public administration will agree with me on this. One is a unitary system. And then number 2, we have federal system. Number 3, we have confederal system. And then we have monarchical system and theocratic system. Unitary system, of course, just from the name, this is a system which is the powers are centralized in the center, and those that are different consistencies receive their instructions all from the center. We have been under this unitary system almost throughout from 1955 until probably now. Even when we became independent of South Sudan, because almost the SPLM government, they have not done anything as far as governance is concerned or system is concerned. They literally inherited the systems of the oppressors, the system of Khartoum, and implemented it in the South. And that's why some of us are totally believing that the system we have in South Sudan, it is still an oppressive system, and that's why it calls for new liberation. This second liberation is necessary to defeat this colonial Khartoum existence of its what we call vestiges of Khartoum systems is still in the South, must be defeated by all costs. That's where then we will have a total independence. But without that, we will have a very, very serious problem. This is one. Then federal system, in the discussions of, I think, political discussions by Akwe, he was able to tell us different types of federal arrangement and the like. I will not go about it, but later on, of course, we'll be able to discuss it later as I continue. Then confederal system. Confederal system, this is a system where actually independent state decides to come together, to work together, and reserving their full control over their areas, but agree on a minimal shared government at the center. It's a very funny system because the center is weak, while the consistencies, the federal states or the states are more powerful than the upper level. this system here, where if it is not well usually managed, it's prone to issues of secessions and the like. That is confederal system. Monarchical system. This is of course a system under kingship, and where the head of the state or the system generally is governed under the king. You can attest to those who maybe believe in states like this, like in UK, an Arab world, like in Saudi Arabia, and the like. And then theocratic system, these are systems that believe in religious systems that are not secular, systems that believe in religious systems like just Iran rather, like the system in Iran. I just brought this purposely such that we can now discuss as a nation where do we fit in such system like this when we're talking about, because there are no other systems that we can bring in. These are the existing systems known in the world. And therefore, when we are searching for system that can help us, now we have seen the unitary system has not helped us, it has failed. And we cannot insist on a unitary system that has not helped us a lot. In fact, it is causing more problem for this country, even to disintegrate, if you continue like that. Then we have a federal system, which has not yet been tested, and it's been a demand of the people. A federal system, it is very unique, and it is very hard to implement it, by the way. And if we are to go by that, it requires a very serious concession. First of all, our states independent. These are the serious issues that need to be discussed on that. Or if you go by regional, there are people who are advocating of regional, like the three states coming together in confederal arrangement. That system would work well to help us? These are the things that people know. Of course, monarchical system cannot apply in our system because we don't have a monarchy that controls the whole of the country. We have monarchies, monarchical system in the country that are specific to a certain groups. We have, for instance, Cholo, we have in the Azande, we have in the Anuak. These are the monarchical systems that we have in the country that are only limited to those communities. Also, unless if this is a system, for instance, which is admired, then unless we are saying we are going to empower one of this monarchy to be in charge, and then we will all become subject. Yes, this could be an area, unless, and that's why we're saying under this system, it is not going to qualify. And as theocratic system, it's also not going to be applied. For instance, we know South Sudan is a multi-religious state. We have Christians, we have Muslims, we have other religions. There are those who believe in their small gods. Now, if you subject South Sudan as the Islamic state, definitely you are causing problem with the Christians. If you subject South Sudan as a Christian state, you are going to cause problem with the Muslims and the other group. If we say South Sudan is an animist or people who don't believe in the religion, that's the definition of South Sudan, then you will find that you also causing problem with the Christian and Muslim. So this system does not also apply in our context. So in general, you find that the visible two, which is a unitary system and federal system, are the systems that are likely, if we are to go by, it will get a space in our context. But unitary system, of course, has been tested from 2005 up to now, and it has failed. It has not helped us a lot, and therefore we need to we need to have an honest conversation on this aspect of federal system. The other point that I wanted to make it clear here is that while we are discussing about governance system, let us not confuse it with the types of government. Types of government are different from the system of governance. When I talk about types of government, you can talk about democratic government. Democratic government can apply even within this system that I talk about. You see that? A system can be a unitary system, but if the government under it, it's democratic. That one, it can work. That's why I want you to differentiate between a system of the governance and then the type of government. You can talk of decentralized government which is decentralized. It also applies within these systems that I talked about. So it doesn't mean that when we are talking about democratic government here, you confuse it to a system of governance. No, that is a type of the government which can be applied under a governance system. You can also talk of dictatorial government which is dictatorial. So you can either apply this system or rather type of government dictatorial within all these systems that I talked about. Under theocratic, you can be theocratic. Under monarchical, you can be dictatorial. Under confederal, even under federal, all these things applies. Communism as system of government, as type of government, let it not be confused with the system of government. Then socialism also cannot, capitalism, these are all types of government, including military government and the like. These are all types of government that can apply, that can work within these systems that are there. So we need to differentiate all these aspects. Therefore, let us look now at what is this system that we have in South Sudan currently, the SPLM system. I call it the SPLM system. What is it? For those who are well versed with our constitution, the constitution of Republic of South Sudan, 2011 as amended, especially when you read Article 4 of that constitution, it says, it reads that South Sudan is governed on the basis of decentralized democratic system and is an all-embracing homeland for its people. It is multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual, multi-religious, and multiracial entity where such diversities peacefully coexist. The catch word there I want you to underline is decentralized democratic system. When I was talking about the governance system that we have in the world, we did not come across something called decentralized democratic system. So meaning there is something there which the drafters of the framers of the constitution are playing around with the mind of the people. You see that? That is one. What we know, there is a type of government called decentralized government, but there is no system which is a decentralized democratic system. That's one. Number two, in Article 47 of the same Constitution 2011 amended, it says, South Sudan shall have a decentralized system of government. Now, they are now coming closer to what I've been talking about. South Sudan shall have a decentralized system of government with the following levels: national level, state level, and local government level. Decentralized system of government. Now, I want to still continue. Article 50, clause 1 says, there shall be established in the Republic of South Sudan a national government. A national government. That's Article 51. This same Article 52 plus 2 says the national government shall be the institution around which the people of South Sudan are politically, economically, socially, and culturally organized. This national government, which was established in Clause 150, shall be the rallying point of the people of South Sudan, politically, economically, socially, culturally. Meaning, the interpretation of this means all the political power, the economic power, social, and cultural are based in this institution, which is called the national government. And it contradicts this thing they talk in 47, where they say in the decentralized system of government with the following level: national level, state level, and local level. And you know very well that the people of South Sudan are based in the state and in their localities. The people are based in the state and in localities. The people are not based in the national government. Now, when you are saying the people have been rallied under national government, politically, economically, socially, culturally, meaning you are saying people must all be in the national government. And here in 47, you contradicted yourself that there is something called national level, state level, and local government level. So you can see the contradiction of this constitution as far as the governance system is concerned. And it clearly shows you that the system we have in South Sudan is a unitary system. Nobody will deceive you that what we have there, because there is this argument I usually hear from even highly intellectual political operators in South Sudan, who says that even the current system we have is even it's a federal system. So what else do you want? There are people who are talking about like that. So we are going to still diagonalize more as we continue with this discussion. Now, this shows that Republic of South Sudan is governed under a unitary system of governance. And the powers given to the states and counties are simply delegated powers. They are simply delegated powers. What does it mean by this delegation? Delegation is all of you are in the organization. So you work in the organization, you work in the government, even in the house, in your own house, you with your kids, you can decide to delegate some of your powers as the head of family to one of your kids, to one of any dependent in your house, to do certain things on your behalf. So when that person, you delegate him to do something, it doesn't mean that that person is independent. That person can do anything without you now. So this is exactly what is happening now. The powers that is given to the state and to the local government level are delegated from the central government, and those powers at any time can be removed. And already there are many examples. You see how the powers of the president under this constitution of 2011, people are calling it the John Locke Constitution. Under the John Locke Constitution, you look at the powers given to the president, how president can fire and hire. That thing of firing and hiring is what we are seeing in the continuous decrease that we are seeing now. As I speak now, I don't know, maybe the SSB is even reading degrees, who knows, because it is normal, usually on Sundays, on the weekend. And I think, did you ask yourself why on the weekend? On the weekend, because people are happy, they have taken some few things, their spirit is very high, so anybody can bring something there that Ben do this thing. Now firing and hiring. So this is a system that people are talking about that can take us to prosperity. This is a doom. We'll never go ahead with we'll never prosper as a nation under such a system, and it will cause this country to disintegrate. This system, of course, is responsible for corruption. This system is responsible for insecurity. You see that? And a lot of things under this system. I used to, when we were in the government, there are certain funds which are actually well designed to help the counties to develop. So one of these funds is the CDF, Consistency Development Fund. Consistency Development Fund are given to the MPs. Are supposed to be given to the MPs at national level to go and identify projects in their constituency using the Consistency Development Fund. Then they will be able to build projects in their constituencies. This system of the Consistency Development Fund, if you study it properly in other countries, it has been a fund responsible for a greater transformation of the lives of the people in the consistencies, and it has worked well. But in South Sudan, in every financial year, the consistency fund is budgeted for, but it ends there. So whoever takes that funds, nobody knows. You see that? And I remember it only worked, I think, two times. The whole of the history, political history of South Sudan, this CDF, only two times. They are given, the MPs were given 2 times. And then there are very few, maybe less than 1%. Less than 1% of the MPs that has actually implemented their program, what they have been given to them. Because most of these things have been diverted between the commissioners and the respective person in charge of this CDF. It has never worked. Why? Because the power is centralized, the decisions are all taken at the center, and all this things didn't work. There is also another fund called CDG, County Development Grant. County Development Grant, I think it only worked once. I remember when I was the commissioner, they gave us one. And even because at that time, I remember we were supposed to receive around 300 something Sudanese pounds. This money is a lot of money that time. When I think the rate was $1 into 200, is it 70 US dollars? $1 is around 270 Sudanese pounds. So it used to be a very huge money. With that money, we receive around 100 and something thousand. These 100,000 something we are able to build a guest house, county guest house. We are able to build what in the primary healthcare in Lanya, and we are able to build an office for our councillors, county councillors, out of this money which was there, assuming it comes regularly. And at that time, based on our county plans, we have plans for schools, we have plans for courts, local Payams courts. We have plans for feeder roads in some areas that we believe it can bring some, you can access the market and the like. So we had that plan with the hope that this money will come regularly, but it only became one and it stops. The reason was the control of this system at the center, and of course those at the center trying to do whatever they want. So that is it. So in conclusion here, the system we have in South Sudan is a unitary system, and this unitary system is responsible for the creation of this imperial president that we have. This system is responsible for creation of this unbiased, oppressive Constitution 2011. Constitution 2011 is an oppressive constitution which has given powers to Salva Kiir unnecessarily. That this constitution led to creation of dictatorship in South Sudan. This constitution is responsible for the current fascist regime. This is a military regime that we have currently in South Sudan. This is because of this constitution. This constitution, the central unitary constitution we have, is responsible for the corruption, what we call this system, kleptocratic system, oligarchic system controlled by powerful capitalists, those who own the resources. Imagine the whole money of South Sudan are controlled by very few people, leaving the state to suffer as it is. How do they achieve that? It is because of this constitution, which empowers Salva Kiir with his friends to do it. So if we want to save ourselves as a country, we must dismantle this constitution. We must dismantle this governance system. You see that? That's the prescription. And therefore, we bring in a system that can work well. For us in National Salvation Front, we advocated for federal system. Now, and this now takes me to this federal system. I'm going to be brief here because we have been, throughout our discussion, we have been here. Of course, the previous colleagues as discussers taken us through about federal system. You know, of course, this federal arrangement system of governance, that is a system that unites separate states or entities within one political system. This implies that in federalism, there must be two important things for the system to qualify as a federal system. One, there must be shared power. And this shared power is represented in the what? In the national government. The government that is in the center is a government which is shared by the what? By the whole country or by the whole states that are there. And then there must be also self-rule. Self-rule here means that the states are completely having their own power or their own government where they decide their own things. So in any federal arrangement, if these two particular things are not appearing, then definitely you have to question that system. Shared power on the national and then self-rule under the state. You remember when Dominic was discussing last time, he was trying to tell us through what we call, I think it was a Hajj. He was trying to take us through a vertical system where vertical power, where power comes from the center down to the ground, which is of course representing as a central system, and then horizontal power, where power is shared among in that small government at national level, and then autonomous government at the state level. So this is actually a system that we are talking about as we call it federal system. In the whole world, there are very few countries, by the way, around 25, that truly are practicing federal system. But unique thing with this system, you find that almost 43% of the world population lives under federal arrangement. And then other uniqueness with the system is some indicators like democracy, rule of law, economic growth, and development, sustained peace, and then a strong institution, and diversity, and pluralism are some of the indicators that are common with this system of federal arrangement. So if in South Sudan we have a problem of democracy, there is no democracy, we have no rule of law, we have problem with economic growth and development, sustained peace, we're not able to have peace for long, or actually it's not there. Our institutions are weak, and we have diverse groups in our country And there is no way we can manage these diversities, which is a blessing. Then I think, based on federal arrangement in other countries, and they are able to provide these indicators in their system, then definitely we have a zeal. As we admire these indicators, it is not enough only to admire these indicators, but at least to go and source and implement the critical factor that brings these indicators. And this is federal system. See that? So it is very important. And we are also seeing some countries, which are under unitary system. But when you look at their system properly, they also implement federal structures. You see, they not even that. Some of them even went further by implementing some federal principles in their centralization arrangement. And it's helped. One of these areas that maybe you maybe close to us is Kenya. Kenya is a unitary system, but it is implementing a devolution arrangement. They have counties, and these counties have government, and they have parliament, and then they do their own things. You see that? So the only thing is that these governments at the state or the counties, for the case of Kenya, they don't have constitutions. They rely on the Kenyan constitution, which is a national constitution. You see that? But there are certain principles of federal arrangement that they have actually implemented, and it helps them. Though they are also demanding a lot of changes to address some of the peculiar challenges that they have. Scholars in conflict resolution and management have also argued strongly that for us to address conflict, especially those conflicts that generated those what we call identity conflicts and conflicts of governance. The scholars of conflict resolutions advocated for federal arrangement as a best solution for addressing some of these challenges. And that's why when you look at the history of the nations, especially those countries that have gone through conflict for long, and the resolutions that have been adopted in resolving their conflict, in most of those, if you study them, the conflict resolution expert has been fronting federal system as a solution for addressing some of these issues. And even at global governance, when you look at the operations of the United Nations, for instance, and even continental bodies like African Union and the like, they have always been advocating for issues to do with the federal system. And that's why, for instance, the UN, when it comes to maintenance of a global peace and security, they usually value the work of the continental bodies. Like, for instance, in Africa, African Union, the UN will always say, let African Union be in charge of the challenges that they have in the region, because they in the center up there in the New York may not have knowledge about a particular challenge in that region. But Africa Union stands at upper hand of understanding what exactly it's supposed to be addressed, and that's why the power is given to them to do those kind of things. That is exactly the same spirit I'm talking about, the spirit of federalism, rotating around and solving some of these issues. And that's why you can see we argue that a federal arrangement at the national, the unitary system at national level may not be able to know the challenges that we have in the state, the challenges we have in the villages, unless you empower the people in the villages, you empower the people at the state, then they will be able to address their own peculiar issues, because you cannot generalize issues and then prescribe a uniform solution to all problems. We have a different aspect, since we have defined that our country is multicultural, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multiracial. No, now if this is the country, then how do you then advocate for unitary system for addressing governance issues that we have in the country? So this is basically some basic understanding about federal arrangement. But I would like to also, last time we've been looking at the principles, and this time I wanted to bring in some theories that are used for adopting this federal system. And just to be very brief, and one of these theory is additional from ideas, additional theory. This additional theory is talking about strong commitment to the ideology of decentralizing power. Meaning, if we are to have federal arrangement in the country, then there must be that free ideas, free conversation. You see that? By advocates of federal system to freely discuss on the fact. But before even that, we have to be committed, first of all, to this particular concept of federalism. You see that? And that's why when we are talking about implementation of federalism, there is no way that a person who is not convinced of the federal arrangement can be, for instance, the one implementing it. Because if he is not willing, if he is not, first of all, convicted by the idea, then how will he implement it? Just like Salva Kiir now, he doesn't believe in federal arrangement. Now, when you go for peace talks, and then you begin to talk about federal arrangement, and you accept that, yes, this is the system we want, and this is a person who doesn't want, and then you give him provisions about federalism for him to implement, he will definitely not implement them. He will just support them and the like. And this theory here is talking about, this ideal theory here is talking about, first of all, the fact that if you wanted to implement this system, then there must be that strong commitment from those advocates of this system to be in the forefront to implement these particular ideas. And they have to discuss it. Because we know that even within the federal system, rather the federal, those entertaining the ideas of federalism, they are even divided in terms of commitment to federalism. In terms, for instance, there are those who believe that federalism must be implemented in letter and in spirit, and there are those who believe that federalism must be balanced. You see that? You just not to, for instance, give power to all the state. No, you have to balance it to avoid misunderstandings and the like. You see, there's that thing, and that's why there is these two theories that people are talking about, like centripetal and centrifugal. These theories explains the situation where there are those federal advocates. Others are discussing about taking power much from the center to the periphery, to the margin. And there are those who are saying, no, the power must move from down, from the margin to the center, just to maintain, the system. And they're like those who are familiar with the American system, there are those advocates who wanted more powers in the center, in the federal system, and there are those who wanted more power in the state. So all of them are all federal advocates, but their argument is only which center must be strengthened. You see that? So, and for us to have this system, then we need to have this kind of people who are elite. Then therefore we can be able to implement this. But if we are not able to have this report, then it will be very difficult for us to implement it. Then there is this issue of cultural historical theories. cultural historical theories is talking about that the societies which are culturally and ethnically fragmented, just like South Sudan, we are culturally and ethnically fragmented. So the only tool of managing such a society, which is culturally and ethnically fragmented or divided, it can only be brought together under federal system, because the federal system will take care of these ethnical or the cultural divisions. You know that? You know, we are sensitive to our cultures, we are sensitive to ethnicities. So for you to avoid problems that comes out of these cultural and ethnic differences, then you have to make sure that you empower these cultural and ethnic groups such that they manage their own issues. And then you agree on what level you can share power among themselves without interfering with their cultural and ethnic differences. So this is another theory that comes in on how this system actually can become applicable. And this aspect, when you look at it, it applies to our context in South Sudan. Then there is issue of social contract theories. Social contract theories here is talking about that for any system to exist, there must be a bargain. People must bargain. You see that? And that's why we in National Salvation Front, we are always saying that the proposal that we have given is not final. This is the ideas that we have. We now want to see also other people with their own ideas. And then we begin to bargain. Now we bargain, and then at the end of the day, the conclusion, the sum end of our bargain now leads us to the federal arrangement that the people of South Sudan desire. And that's why when somebody asks me a question, what type of federal system are you talking about? It is I will give you the type that I want, but that's not the type that you want. So unless now we come together and begin discussing, then we will come now with the type that's one. And this bargaining is where, a center is not powerful enough to dominate the margin, and then the margin is not powerful enough to break away from the center. That is the central point of the discussion, because this is where, when you look at all the differences where some people are fearing federal system is on the issue of where somebody somewhere will become very powerful and he's not going to listen to me and the like. And therefore, the other person also who doesn't want to listen to this aspect of centralizing power to you also doesn't want you to accumulate all the powers such that you be oppressing him. You see that? So you see the discussion here is how to now regulate this power. The person in the center should not be more powerful enough to dominate the person in the periphery, and the person in the periphery is not powerful enough to secede from the center. So that equilibrium that we reach in between now becomes the federal arrangement that people want with the powers that they want, and this is now the system that the people will demand. Then the last theory here is in infrastructural power theory. Infrastructural power theory holds that the subunits, and in this matter, the states, or the counties, for the sake of our context, have a basic infrastructure to run the government successfully. So unless the subunits that you are going to create to run their administration successfully, then this system will work well. Yes, we have states, though these states does not have power, but we hold that they have been functioning. And the challenges that we have with these states probably might be that they don't have power to administer. For I can give you an example. I used to be a minister in Central Equatorial State. we have a capacity in Central Equatorial State to manage our affairs. We have a capacity in Central Equatorial State to deliver adequate and quality services. And we have the infrastructure, both hard and soft. They are there. So nobody can deny the people of Central Equatoria that they don't have a capacity to run their government. In fact, Central Equatoria can even run their government better than the national government. We have a state, like in Upper Nile, there is capacity there because government has been existing there for long. In Wow, government has been existing there for long. Capacity is there. When you go to lakes, for instance, in Rumbek, government has been existing there for long. And many areas, and in many counties, especially those counties that used to be rural areas or that used to be districts even, they have capacities, both human resource, that's what I talk of, soft capacity, and then hard in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure here is, nowadays is not an issue. A building is not an issue. You can even have a tent because it is not about building that makes system to work. And that's, I think this is where sometimes we go wrong. When we talk of development, usually people measure it in terms of houses, as if these houses, we can transform them into food. But when the ideas and plans are there, you can be able to make all this. You can even put the structures these days, this what we call these greenhouses. These greenhouses, by the way, which are made out of prefabricated. In a day, you can even put a structure up and already system goes. But what is important is the soft one, the soft infrastructure, which is the human resource. And I think South Sudan is not devoid of that. Then the principles, those principles have been discussed. But the most important here is this principle of subsidiarity. This principle of dividing powers to different consistencies from national, state, and county level. Commitment to this principle is important because this is where federalism hung in. I was talking about sharing power. So how do you share power? Unless you commit to this principle of subsidiarity, of giving powers to different groups down. It's very important. Then there is a principle of territoriality. This principle here, and this addresses the question of people who are looking at federal system as an agenda of separation. And I think Molana Kukuru explained it properly, that federal system operates under a united country or united under a single state. There is no way that you implement federal arrangement operates under a country which is divided. No. There must be commitment to the unity of the country, but you implement federal arrangement where power is shared and power is also autonomously given to the states that are there. So these two principles are very important. Principle of democracy. There is no way you can talk of federal arrangement without democracy. And this is what Salva Kiir is talking of, decentralized democratic system. While he was not able to hold the election from 2011 up to now, he was not able to host election. Not even him. He was not able to host elections for commissioners, for governors. Molana Kukuru was saying Salva Kiir was so powerful that if it is not because of sympathy, he will fire a watchman. But I will make it reverse, that if it is not out of sympathy, he will even issue a degree for a watchman. He has that capacity to do it. You see that? He has that capacity to do it. And this takes me to the story of messengers in J1. But I don't want to talk about it. But I want to give you a hint. Ask yourself, how do you qualify? How do you qualify to become a messenger in J1? This I'm giving you as a homework for people of South Sudan. I don't want to talk about it because it's out of my topic. But I just want to give you, how do you become a messenger in J1? The SPLM will help us in this. I'm just giving it as a question. Because if you go deep to that, it's a very interesting topic, by the way. And for those in the clubhouse, maybe take it as a topic one day, go and discuss about it. May you come with anything, how to become a messenger in J1? What are the qualifications? Where are the adverts? How is it? You see that? If that national government is a government where the people of South Sudan are represented politically, socially, economically, let me ask how to become a messenger in J1. Just simple. We don't want to. Let us not talk about Minister of Finance. Let's not talk about what. Just messenger. Just that simple position, messenger in J1. How to become. Because honestly, even me, Suba, if I know the procedures of becoming a messenger in J1 with those opportunities, I'll even apply. Just a simple messenger in J1. This one is for homework. Then there is a principle of constitutionalism. We'll go through us well on this. Without the constitution, don't forget about federal arrangement. Then independence of judiciary. Independence of judiciary is also there because there is what we call intergovernmental disputes. Maybe it may involve two states. It may involve even the central government and the national government over many issues, maybe power sharing of resources, power competencies, and the like. So if there is no independent judiciary to come in to help these differences, then there will always be a problem. So this aspect of independent judiciary is important. That principle of institutionalism, there must be strong institutions. Without that, a strong institution, you find that federal arrangement. And I will give you an example. You remember the problem of Trump in the US when he was the president and he failed the elections and he wanted to use some crooked ways to take over power and the like, refusing the results and all. I'm telling you, if it is not strong institutions in America, if it is to be weak institutions like what we have here in Africa, Trump will have stayed in power after now. But because of the existence of the strong institutions in America, then you find that there is no way you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, if Trump that time continues in the lane, don't get surprised if Trump will be bundled by police and put in, even if he's the president. And this is the important aspect of the principle of constitutionalism. So under this system, we realize that we will have a strong police, for instance, we will have a strong judiciary, we will have strong Auditor General who edits account, Prosecutor Generals, who does a lot of things. They do their things independently without interference of the political class. And this is where we realize that those who wanted to take over the country will not find an opportunity. And these things are there. So now, under looking at all these things, we favored a system that we usually refer to as a classical federalism. Classical federalism is not something unique, but it is only that under classical federalism, the principles, most of the principles of federalism are all provided for. You see that? That's what we want. A federal arrangement that all the principles that guarantees what federal system is are all put together, all there. And that's why we went for this classical federalism. Remember, there is this argument. There are some scholars who are arguing, and they came out with something called federation without federalism. You see, federation without federalism. And this is our fear. You can have a federal arrangement. You have, yes, country called Federal Democratic Republic of South Sudan. And then there is a states government with the national government. Then there is a state government. There is government in the world. They even have parliament or whatever. But at the end of the day, you find that the real powers that makes this government to operate are centralized, or they are not there, or they are make opaque. So at the end of the day, you will have this federation, but federalism itself is not there. So when you talk about federalism, we are talking about the principles. When we talk of federation, we are talking about the structural arrangement. Now, you see that? So you can have that structural arrangement, but the principles are not there for achieving the federal dreams that the people are looking for. And that's why under classical federalism, most of these principles are provided for. And that's why we went for this. You see that? And this also, this classical federalism applies well with these concepts that we have while we are discussing about federalism. I remember when we were tackling the political aspect of federalism, Dominic was able to take us under what we call coming together, arrangement of federalism, coming together, just like the American system. The American system can be classified as a coming together federalism because the states in America used to be independent. You remember those wars that America fought in the 80s, 18 something, about the politics of separations, South, North, those politics. You see, so at the end of the day, they now agree to form a federal arrangement, and this independent state decided to come together. So this is one aspect, and then there is another aspect which is holding together. This concept of holding together under federalism discussion is where the states that have been there due to some factors, maybe economic challenges in terms of sharing of resources, governance issues, political instability, and the like, cultural aspect, decide to form federal system arrangement to hold the country together. So here, the federal arrangement now becomes the holding, factor that puts this country to continue together. So this is what we are talking about. Our country is on the verge of disintegrating because of this aspect of the unitary system here. Is putting this country to disintegrate. And that's why we have people now who are demanding for separation, their voices, groups. And people should not undermine these groups, by the way. A group, an idea usually when it's out and people begin to talk about it and begin to water it, begin to put some fertilizers, this idea will grow and it will become big. So if you don't address this idea, then it will mature. And then when it matures, it will become very difficult now to put it off. And that's why holding together under federal arrangement, it is very important conversation that we must have. Then the other one is putting together. This putting together here is an idea that you impose people for federal arrangement. And this is what we don't want. And this thing has been applied, particularly now you have heard of Soviet Union. Where is the Soviet Union? Soviet Union has collapsed. and it has collapsed because of this aspect of putting together. Countries were forced to accept communism, what they call continental communism. So, of course, communism for them, they wanted to establish what we call the world government. I don't know if that one is possible. So you can see some of these ideas are not, and that's why it collapsed. There is something country used to be called Yugoslavia. We used to be called Yugoslavia. Now this country disintegrated into different countries. This is the first part of federalism, where you don't take care of the cultural and identical issues of the people, and you think when you force people together, they will be able to work together. You see that? So these are the aspects that are there, and therefore we, the politicians, the political class in South Sudan, when we are discussing, we have to be very careful. Otherwise, if we are not very careful, one day this South Sudan will become history. Will become history, and then we're referring to them as Soviet Union, as the Yugoslavia, and these are things that are possible. You see that countries disintegrate. These are reality. So unless we are committed to that, and of course I will not be able to talk of other types of federalism that my colleague has already talked, like dual, cooperative, and ethnic and modern federalism. Ethnic federalism, by the way, last time somebody was highlighting in our argument, he was talking about when Maulana Kurkur was talking about federal arrangements, system, constitutionalism, and one writer was writing down, I was reading the comments, and he was saying, what about the issue of ethnic federalism? Does it apply? Ethnic federalism will have a serious problem in South Sudan, because when we look at our ethnic arrangement, like now we are saying we are 64 tribes. Now these 64 tribes, when you look at them, particularly in Central Equatoria is almost composed of 8 ethnic groups. Now these 8 ethnic groups, now if we say we are going for federal arrangement, now how are you going to dismember these 8 groups into what we call ethnic federalism? And then if you also say, no, these people in Central Equatoria, though they are different ethnic group, but they speak one language, it cannot apply. It will not work. You see that? So the way I see this, it's not going to, occur well with our context in South Sudan, and therefore that's the type that I wanted to talk about. Modern federalism, of course, this is just a system of federalism, but under new dispensations, the challenges, system grow. System is not static. So when new challenges come and you begin to introduce new ideas, so you find that what those new ideas that are calculated becomes now modern federalism. Now this modern federalism is after the arrangement is mostly in America also, where new ideas are coming. By the way, the American system used to be very strong at the state level, but with the time now where challenges are happening and the like, so more powers, state, the rather national government starts to become very, very strong because of the new challenges that are coming. So actually, those who are centralists in federalism but favor center, actually, if they are to follow the history of federalism, clearly, usually power keeps on growing to north, or rather to the center, as new challenges usually comes in. So basically, these are a few things that I want to discuss. And now, I want now to discuss the real issue now, the federal structure, which now relates to this aspect of governance and federal and administrative arrangement. And And at this time, there's a nice proposal now. What do we envisage under this? Of course, under our belief, conviction as National Salvation Front, we are looking at the Federal Democratic Republic of South Sudan, which will compose of the 3 levels of government, which is national, state, and then the local government, and with the clear powers. These levels must have powers, and then with the well-defined constitution. There is no way that the federal arrangement will have no constitution. There must be constitution. And then the states also must have their own constitution. And this state constitution must be consistent to the national constitution. But of course, they will have that exceptional powers, rather exclusive powers on their issues that are peculiar to the states. We did not come out with this system out of blue. It's not our interest. Rather, 1% interest in National Salvation Front. National Salvation Front reached to this system on these ideas in the workshop that was held in 2018 in May. All leaders of National Salvation Front met in one of the country, and we discussed and approved this system. So it is a collective views of National Salvation Front. So it is not just one person who decided. Let nobody say it is maybe ideas of Thomas Trillo or a group. No, it is ideas of National Salvation Front as an organization. Now, as I talked about constitution at the state, and then constitution at the federal arrangement, and then the states will, the state constitution will define also the powers of the counties. Apart from that, the counties will have a local government act, and the local government act of the counties also will be able, the local government act, including the local government will come out in terms of the bylaws and the like, will now help them, including the state constitution, will now help the local government also constitutionally, legally, now to have that competency to manage their own issues at the local level. Here, under federal arrangement, under federal government, the government that's in the center, of course, they will compose, of course, of the executive, legislature, and judiciary. The size of the government, or the size of the institutions, will also be determined by the federal constitution. It is the federal constitution that will define the size of that government. It is not just matter of the leader or president who will say this is what increase, for instance, the size of the government as he wish, reduce it as he wish. No, that's not going to be the way. It is the constitution that will define everything. And then, of course, the powers of the federal government, which of course going to be donated by the state. Of course, those powers are what we, as we are talking in the social contract, agreeing on what powers the state will have. That is state that will represent us all. What will they have? For instance, here we're talking about issues to do with the international and interstate trade. This could be the competence of that federal government, foreign affairs, defense, immigration, taxation, banking, insurance, family law, currency, weight measures, postal communication, retirement. Those are the issues that that federal government will be talking about. While in the state, now we come to issues like agriculture, issues to do with the health, issues to do with the environment, issues to do with, though at the national level, they have also competency, for instance, of coming out with the policies that govern some of these things that I'm talking about. But in the reality here, we wanted those service-oriented or service-driven institutions to be at states where the people are. Because, for instance, for God's sake, why should, for instance, traffic be at the federal government? See, like currently what we're seeing in Juba, the state traffic is almost dead, but there is a federal person who holds traffic inside. Why is that? It is simply because for them their interest is money. You see that? But when you ask them, what is the policy that governs traffic in South Sudan? Because that's their competence, for instance, in designing that. They have nothing. So this is the challenges here. You see? And then you find that when such a person is summoned by parliament, and he says that he is above parliament. Can you imagine this? And this is now what we are talking about, the centralization, the dangers of centralization system, whereby a director of federal of traffic will say he's above parliament. Parliament does not have a control over him. So if parliament does not have control over you, who are you then? To whom are you reporting? Who appointed you? Whose interests are you working for? Whose interests are you working for? If the parliament is a representative of the people of South Sudan, who are you representing? So these are things that it doesn't need somebody to be a witch doctor for us to understand that there is a problem with that system. You see that? So these are the things. Of course, in the county level, you find that there are issues in the county that are peculiar with the issues in the county, and the counties will be able to address some of those issues that they have, particularly when you talk about agriculture, things to do with this support, agricultural support, extension services. You know that even in health and the like. And then the most important thing also, like elections. You know, when we're talking about elections, where are the consistencies? Where are the counties? Rather, the consistencies. Where are these positions that people are going to stand for? I think they're in the localities. You see that? And therefore, you have to strengthen the capacity of the local government in terms of election management. Because at the end of the day, the MP who wants to go to National Assembly, the senator who wants to go up there, at the end of the day, he goes to his area to campaign and to be voted for. So if at the local level, there's no capacity in managing elections, then you find that problem will always be there. So this aspect of elections, capacity at a local level, is very, 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 very important, because this is where people are going to have to go back for their votes. And what is important also here is the powers, which each level will have. Because without these powers, then you will find that you will have the situation of having federation without federalism. So powers in the national level, what will be those exclusive powers in the national level? What will be those exclusive powers at the state, and then also at the county or local government level? And now, when we are talking about powers, we are talking about political powers. We are talking about economic powers. We are talking about planning. You see that? Planning powers. Because if you have only political powers, but you don't have power to control resources, you don't have power to plan for your own issues, somebody plan for you, then that's not a self-rule. Definitely somebody control you from somewhere. So all those powers that defines a federal arrangement must be properly given to the states and then to the local government, such that they will be able to do the necessary aspects in managing their own affairs. That's important issues when it comes to the federal system that we want. Of course, I don't want to discuss more detail about those powers because those are technicalities that will come out later when people are now discussing the nitty-gritty of it. Now, apart from this, it is now the issue of the administration itself. How does it look like? And here we have proposed two systems. For instance, executive, we can either go by the other point that I've forgotten are the number of the states. The number of states that we have agreed here, we have agreed on 2 states and rather 10 states plus 2 administrative areas. And the logic behind this is we want to be based on the constitution, the current constitution that we have. The current constitution is recognizing 10 states and 2 administrative areas. The other administrative area, I think, is what Kir created. But what was there, in fact, even the other administrative area is not there in the constitution, only BA. But of course, we also recognize the aspect of the agreement which was reached on, and that's why we don't want to go against that framework. Actually, the whole concept is only to abide by whatever is there, than coming out with something which is completely foreign and which will be a source of a disagreement. That's it. Now, the other option is, of course, people are talking about three regions. And these 3 regions, of course, goes back to the aspect of Equatoria, Bahr Ghazal, and Upper Nile, which has been existing there. And even when you look at our constitution, the current constitution that we have, particularly, I think that is Article 1. Is it Article 1? I think Article 1, where it defines South Sudan. What is South Sudan? Says South Sudan refers to the former 3 regions of Equatoria, Bahr Ghazal, and Upper Nile, and now including now the Admi. That's the definition of South Sudan according to the Constitution 2010-11. So there are some people also who are arguing that we can have states, 3 states, and the strength of their argument was that because of the economic challenges and for administrative conveniences, having 3 states is convenient, is manageable, and it may not cause a lot of issues like boundary challenges and the like, because these 3 regions have been existing for there, and there will be no other things. We in NAS, of course, is also an option. We do not, and that's why we have 2 options here. So it depends on now what people will agree on. This will all be applicable. It doesn't have any problem. Now, in terms of branches of the government, of course, we are talking about the 3 branches, which is the executive, judiciary, and legislature. Of course, as far as the executive is concerned, we are talking of also 2 options. One option is we can go for presidential system. Presidential system where the president shall be the chief executive officer, the head of the state, and chief executive, the head of the government, and the head of the state. And we will rule. Here we are talking about, of course, term limits of at least 4, at least 5, and then be renewed for second term. And if he wins, and then after that, that's all. He goes home. That's one proposal, and of course, we'll have his running mate, who will at the end of the day become his vice president. They will be elected together, and I think this is necessary because to avoid this issue of firing, avoiding this issue of firing. So we have a president who does not have power to dismiss his vice after they have been voted together. It is very important because in South Sudan, the issues of firing usually is a source of many problems that we have. Then, of course, the cabinet, which in the beginning I was talking about, the federal government, which have institutions are clearly defined, the size of the government defined. So we have a cabinet also, which is, of course, defined in the constitution to avoid somebody creating his ministries, institutions that will confuse the work. So this is another area that we talked about under executive branch of the government. And then the other option is we can equally go for prime minister system, parliamentary system, where we have a prime minister, you see, as the head of the government. And of course, this one here, the party that wins the majority share in the parliament will now nominate the prime minister to be the head of the government. And of course, we will also have his deputy. This we in NAS, we don't have any problem with that. We can make any concession, but we are also very careful when we are talking about this. It's usually important to discuss the cons and pros of all this system. Like the prime minister, the parliamentary system. The parliamentary system does well if the political parties are well organized and they are very strong. And that's when you can be able to practice this system. And then because there are situations where the parliament may hang, you may not have the necessary numbers for you to have an outright win. And this is where sometimes you now have a provision government. The question now is like the current system, the current crop of leaders we have in South Sudan, and our belief and philosophy, whether we have that ability to strike such complexities, to navigate such complexities when it arises. So this is the fear that what dangers that are associated with this system. So, but still, there are other people in South Sudan who are advocating about this system. So we in NAS, we are not throwing away. We are fully equipped and prepared for our side on any system that will work here. But we are also very careful of dangers that are associated with some of this system. When it comes to the legislature, we advocating for two, what we call bicameral legislature, meaning two houses. One is, of course, the National Assembly, and then the other one is the Senate. Of course, the National Assembly will be representing the consistencies and the way they will be voted in. We are saying, of course, it will be geographical. That means they are representing their consistencies. And we need also to be mindful of the other voting systems, such as representation like proportionate representation. Proportional representation, particularly in issues to do with the parties, and also issues to do with particular women, special groups that need to be represented in the National Assembly. So we are of the view that for effective competition, let there be direct elections for the members of parliament, and then of course representing their constituencies, and then indirect in terms of the proportionate representation to ensure effective representation of the people. The Senate here is of course the house that represent the states, and the formula here, of course, we are thinking of representation of each state by at least 2 members, and this is important. The Senate here is very, very important because Senate here will check the National Assembly, and that's why these formulas of, for instance, a quorum in National Assembly, when they are meeting, for instance, they will say a quorum of National Assembly will be, for instance, 2/3 or 1/3 or half. It is not for nothing. These principles are there to regulate, for instance, those who wanted to manipulate the House to come out with the policies that at the end of the day would not be beneficial. Now, with the state assembly here, rather the Senate will be able to check, particularly if there is a discussions finance bill. You look at the forum, the substance of the bill, as well as the procedural issues, whether it is attained. And when it comes to the Senate, then the Senate will also have the power to also have a say over this bill with the interest in the background of their states that they come from, such that where the National Assembly, for instance, is dominated by a certain political class or by a certain group, and they are advocating policies that only represent them, then the state will come in also with the power that has been given to them to be able to check some of these excesses that will be disadvantages to their interests at the state level. And that's why you find that, particularly when people are discussing about crucial bills, particularly bills that are of substantive nature, particularly bills that are advocating for amendment in the constitution, then you find that the law may prescribe that at least, first of all, that bill must have people who have signed, maybe how many MPs that have signed for that. So the idea is for the MPs who sign, then you may not necessarily raise the necessary quorum for that bill to be substantive to be presented before the floor of the House. That's one mechanism. The other mechanism is the quorum. For instance, they may say that the quorum must be 2/3 of the assembly. So you find that if the assembly is divided, having different political groups, and the different groups also having different ideas in terms of the bill that is to be brought, so you find that some people may absent themselves, such that that bill may not go through, especially to raise 2/3 people at the quorum. Then it may not be easy. So these are techniques they put there just to make sure that certain illegal policies don't go through the parliament. You see that? And then maybe other thing may require that if there is certain crucial law that need to be passed, it requires these 2 assemblies to sit together and then discuss about it and pass. So sometimes also you find that it is now very difficult when the 2 assemblies come together because ideas will be different and it will not go through. So these are some of the principles that are there under constitutionalism in regulating the excesses and particularly protecting the interests of the minorities under this arrangement that is there. So these two assemblies are very, very necessary in federal arrangement because it will help how it regulates. And then the federal judicial structure of federal structure, of course, who also advocated for federal Supreme Court. And this is very important because under federal arrangement, there is usually intergovernmental disputes and issues of constitutional interpretation when dispute arises. So when this dispute arises, definitely there must be a court that must address these issues for the sake of these respective governments. You see that? And then federal courts, these federal courts, of course, deals with the serious criminal or even civil issues that may arise. And then courts of appeal, of course, where rather federal courts of appeal, now this deals with the issues that comes from the lower courts before they are benched to advocate over them. And then federal courts, and of course, the courts where there's unlimited powers in adjudicating over several issues that are there. But the most important thing in the federal judicial system is Judicial Service Commission. Judicial Service Commission is important because it looks at, first of all, how the judges are going to be appointed, how the judges are going to be, the issues of the justice in terms of enumeration, and even in terms of dismission, and in terms of quality of, in terms of capacity building of the judicial officials. So the Judicial Service Commission plays a very important role here because as an independent body, it has to do its job devoid of the interference of the executive, especially the president, who may have. And here you find that the judges here proposed, rather are vetted, they're vetted by the Service Commission, and then now presented for the president simply for appointment. See, and then now this aspect here limits the power of the executive or power of the president in deciding on who to appoint in these offices, because they are very, very important when we are talking about independence of judiciary. Unlike now the system that we have currently in Juba, you look at the judiciary that we have, you look at the Chief Justice that we have there. Sometimes he's even attending the SPLM rallies, and you ask yourself where the independence of judiciary here is. And now if you happen to be in opposition to such government and you appear before such a person, are you sure you are going to have justice under this system? So that is a kangaroo judicial system, which is not representing the interests of the judicial interests of the people of South Sudan. And this is what we advocate for something that. And then at the state level, also we need to have this service commission at the state level to help also how such that we don't want also governors. I don't know whether we call them governors or whatever, in also exercising unnecessary power over judicial matters at the state level. Of course, then you also have courts, the county courts, also in the states, and then of course at the local level, then also we should have our local courts also at the county level. The state court, of course, in the state level, and then the county courts to help also the judicial matters at the states. You see, so when we have an independent judiciary, then you will find that matters, because there is no way that we are going to have a system of government that will have no problem. No way. We will always have problem. But how do you address this problem? You address this problem when there is a independent judiciary. Now, like currently in Juba, there is a lot of problem between state government and the national government in terms of competences. You see that? And the state government is suffocated. Why? Because the court is centralized. The state courts, rather the state government operates with two systems. We know that the government is composed of three organs, but under the decentralized democratic system of Salva Kiir, we have at the state level. We have a state level that hangs on two legs: only executive and the parliament. Judiciary is centralized. So now, when judiciary is centralized, they did it tactically, such that when judiciary has a problem, it doesn't have any option to go to court, because the court is theirs, and definitely the court will just overrule, and nothing will work there, and that's why you hardly see that there is a dispute between central government and the state, and this thing has been looked at the state at the court. No, nothing has happened like that. So, and that's why people have been having a lot of problems, and that's why federal officials, particularly the ministers, parliamentarians, and even the army generals, particularly in Central Equatorial State, they grab land, and there is no way you can address, even if you go to court, the court will do nothing. You share the incident where the president-in-law one time went to the court and shot a gun in the court. People ran away and everything. And this guy, after some times, instead of being recommended, he was promoted. You see that? He was promoted. So this is a system that we have in South Sudan. So it will not help us. It will not take us anywhere. So for that system, for you to survive in such arrangement, for you to survive, then you either join them in all this chaos, you partake in this chaos with them, then you become now a friend to them, or you also accumulate for yourself some necessary power. And in this matter, military men behind you, and then you become now a power to reckon with. And this is where now, at the end of the day, you either come with the formula of sharing power. So this is the system where, and this is where peace will not come in. You see that? Instead of building an orderly state, which is governed by rule of law. So basically, these are the ideas that the administrative and governance ideas that we are looking at when in terms of federal arrangement. There is one thing that I've forgotten under the constitution when I was discussing about the legislature, especially in the legislation making process. This area is very critical, and you are all aware recently how the parliament in Juba decided to make some laws that security laws that protects the government, but not the people. Then under this aspect, such areas are going to be properly checked, and then also under this you find that the constitution itself will provide some guidance, particularly when it comes to areas to do with amendment. Like what John Luke did, if we are to have a permanent constitution, how do you make sure that it is not easy for somebody to amend the constitution and give the president a lot of power? Under this federal arrangement, such these things are taken care of. For instance, the normal aspect now we see in Africa, president renew their terms by amending the constitution. Now, the idea is how do you amend, how do you regulate that? And that's why on constitution, we want the constitution whereby there are entrenched, what we call entrenched clauses, clauses that are very hard to be amended. If you wanted to amend those entrenched provisions or clauses, it may require a referendum for people all to decide. Those are aspects, those are the things that we wanted. And what are those clauses? Clauses, for instance, to do with the power of the president, clauses that to do with the term limit, clauses, for instance, that term will deal with the age and the life of the president and the life. Because this is where they play around with the amendments and then keeping themselves in the power and eroding democracy. For instance, if the constitution defines that the heads of state, the president or the prime minister must be between the age of 30 to maybe to 60 or 75, for instance, and you realize that you are now 60 or you are now 72, and your time is coming to an end. Usually, what they do is they remove that provision and they make it open. See, these are the tricks that usually they make, such that they rule until they die on power. So I think the constitution must be able to deal with this thing of making such amendment very difficult for such a elusive leaders not to manipulate the constitution and manipulate the country and the people. You see that? That is important. And then the other thing I was talking about the states, the Senate, especially the Senate. The Senate also has a role in this particular thing, because they have to have also a say when it comes to issues of this. So amendment are very, very important. They're putting some entrenched provisions in the constitution that cannot be tampered with completely, such that the constitution is not overthrown by legislation. By the way, there is a way where you can overthrowing of the constitution. It doesn't mean that you do a coup, you mobilize the army and overthrow the constitution, or you become a rebel and you overthrow the constitution. You can use the legislation, the power of legislation, to overthrow the constitution. So that's why when somebody says we are rebels, sometimes I laugh, because people thought that rebels are those who are working against the government, not knowing that there are rebels within in the government who overthrows the constitution. And by the way, the constitution even says that the people of South Sudan has a right to defend the constitution, against the people who want to overthrow the constitution. So sometimes some of these opposition groups, particularly those who are fighting the government, implementing some of these provisions which are also put in the constitution. That's basically what, as NAS, we propose as far as the governance and the structural arrangement is concerned. Now, why going federal? What do we want to achieve at the end of the day? And this one is very simple. We need to have a state which is constructed on the basis of a consensus of the people. And this state shall be the rallying institution of the people of South Sudan for this current generation and the subsequent generation to come. And this is where the social contract now comes in. We have a state currently which is based on the philosophy of the SPLM. We have a state which is based on the ideology of a certain group in the country. We have ideology which is a state which is based on the ideas of Salva Kiir only. But we don't have a state which is built on the consensus of the people of South Sudan. If I can ask you, the people of South Sudan, why you ask, will you remember the time you have been asked that we need this system currently in South Sudan? Can you tell me precisely when were you asked about this? So, if you are not asked, then know very well that that system is foreign, that system is not yours, that system belongs to a certain group. And it is upon us to work against that system. That's one. Number two is to lead to the establishment of government and a leadership transition. Remember from 2011 when we acquired an independent country, after now, we have no elections. We have no election. And we have a leader, according to that constitution that we have 2011, is supposed to be in power for 5 years and leads the country for elections. And the people now will elect. Actually, that's why that constitution was called transitional constitution. Therefore, Salva Kiir is a transitional leader. So South Sudan, until now, does not have a president. We have a transitional president. So transitional president does not have power over the people. That is transitional. His powers are limited, in fact. You see that? And that necessitates the change which is necessary. Those are the aspects that need to be discussed. We don't have anything permanent in South Sudan. We have a transitional. We have interim. That's why South Sudan has been isolating or dwindling between transition to interim until now. So all those things that we have in the country are all transitional interim. So if somebody decides anything today on his own, it is because we don't have something which is permanent. Meaning this state that we have here is a transitional state. And this is the danger. It's a transition. If you go legally to discuss about it, we have a transitional state also. So this state is not yet constructed. And we are offering a base and the federal system to, at the end of the day, to have a government and a leadership transition. You see that? Where to an arrangement which we call federal system. And then establishment of participatory democracy. You know, democracy is good. It keeps new changes. New people will come with new ideas. And this is how development usually is achieved. But if we stick on one person, the country will go back. If we stick on one person, the country will always go back, just like what is now happening. The structures that we used to have, left by colonialism, left by the northerners, under Salva Kiir, these structures were destroyed, and he has not even able to make anything. You see, so but when there is a participatory democracy, new leaders will come up, new crop of leaders will come up, and new ideas, because when people are competing on ideas, then people choose the people with the best ideas for government for limited time, and then they will make their foundation, and then also we continue. When others also come with the new ideas, they also will continue. Addressing tribalism, this one doesn't need explanation. Fighting corruption, This one doesn't need the explanation. Promoting national development. This one also doesn't need and improving our economy. This addressing land grabbing, stopping rebellion. So people rebel because there is no opportunity for people to govern. People rebel because there is no space, civil space, for you to advance your ideas and participate in governance, in restructuring in this state. So at the end of the day, some people will decide, okay, if this is the case, especially that you are using force to oppress others, now let me also use force to resist you. But when all these provisions are provided, there's a room for you to participate in the elections, to discuss in town hall and the like. Then there is no need for you to go to bush. You use democratic means to begin discussing. You see that? But when you obstruct the democratic mechanism and processes, then people will go for outlaws, things outside the provided mechanism to come in. Now fostering of the unity. Now unity is not there. Look at the platform, how people have disintegrated themselves. People are discussing on the basis of the parties, people are discussing on the basis of the region, people are discussing on the basis of their tribes. You see? And of course, no one is talking on behalf of the unity of the people. So unless we have a system which is accommodating all people, a system which is brought from the will and aspiration of the people, that's when we can be able to talk about unity. Because unity is not pronunciation. You don't just pronounce it. You have to act it. You see? Now, some takeaways on federal arrangement as a closing, almost. We demand federalism. We know that is a demand of the people of South Sudan. Now, the matter now is not
100%.
if or whether federalism is a demand of the people, but it is only about how and when to implement it. Because we are aware that federalism has actually been is admired by many people. Now, the issue is only the technicalities, how now to bring this thing out and implement it. You see, this is an important aspect to take away. 2, federalism is a political solution to the South Sudan crisis of state fragility and failure. The current Salva Kiir system of governance has failed the country and has made the country to be very fragile. South Sudan currently is very, very fragile. Actually, some commentators are saying there is no state. There's nothing there. If a government is not able to provide services to their people, that government ceases to exist. That state ceases to exist. As we speak now, it is the international community which is providing services to the people of South Sudan. Actually, this idea of partnerships, of handing over South Sudan to UN, though it has not happened, or it will not happen legally, but practically it has happened. You see that? Not legally, it will not happen. But practically, it has already happened. Because if we talk of education in South Sudan, that is UNICEF, and that is UN. When you talk of health in South Sudan, that is, of course, UNICEF also. No, it is a World Health Organization. They are the one giving the medicine, They are the one running the health centers. They have even reached to the extent of paying some salaries to some staffs. Capacity building, they are the one doing. When you talk about food security, it's foul and world food problem. When we talk of the capacity of the government in terms of service delivery, training of the human resource, and the like, even planning of the budgets and the like, that is UNDP. When you look at this, what they call governance forum, that usually they do, it is UNDP which is paying for that. When you talk of security of the country, is hosting thousands of the people who have lost confidence in their government. Now, what the hell with that supporter of Kir who can come here and tell us that the government has not been handed over to the UN? The government is under UN. Whether people don't want it or they like it, the government is under the UN because the system of Kir has failed. Remember the other time where Chinese gave rice to the displaced and then the parliamentarian are also asking for rice. So we have reached a very serious records in our country. Federalism is not only guaranteeing political independence, but also secures fundamental financial, economic planning, and administrative independence. You see that? We will find that the states will have financial power, economic planning, and administrative power to look at their own issues. Now, use these financial powers, economic powers, to create wealth in the states. Planning powers to decide on what you want to achieve. Administrative power to regulate. To have a capacity to put down the ideas that you have without somebody interfering with you. See that? Federalism also provides federal constitution, which is critical in realization of the federal system. Then judicial independence is also important because it resolves or interprets those legal disputes that will happen between governments or those intergovernmental disputes. See that? So this is important takeaway. And the takeaway, the last one is that federalism is a shield for national unity. But it should not be considered as a sword for achieving a narrow political objectives. And this questions those people who look at the federal system as a tool for dividing the country. Instead, it is a shield for protecting the national unity. Now, as I conclude, I want to elaborate on the following. Federalism is a popular demand in South Sudan, and this has been attested by civil societies, some civil societies, and some researchers who have conducted opinion polls and research on the approval rating of federalism. It's above 80%. So now here the question is not whether people want it, but the question is just how to implement it. This is important, I will conclude. 2, federalism is not a kokora. And I'm repeating it because some of the previous scholars have talked about, rather discussions have talked about this aspect that is important. Federalism is not a kokora. Kokora is a very word denoting administrative separation in context of governance. Administrative separation. Federation, on the other hand, originated from Latin word feudus, meaning league, or fredere, to ally. Now, in this etymology of federation, there is nothing close to secession here. There is nothing to do with Kokora here. Unless you are trying to tell me that the Bari, where this word Kokora originated from, are the one who influenced the Latin, the Latin to come out with this thing called federalism. Unless you are trying to reason that is the Bari who advised the Latin to advocate for federalism now, which becomes now a world system. And for that reason, if it has the context, then we give credit for Bari for having influenced the Latin to come out with this concept of federation, which now some people are saying it is a corporate. But of course, we know very well that the people who are advocating for this aspect of Kokora, they are retrospectively stuck to their past, and they don't want to grow out of the history of Kokora. And these are the architects and the beneficiaries of the current failed system are the one advocating for this aspect of criminalizing federalism. They're criminalizing federalism as a Kokora, simply because they have an agenda to implement. But this agenda will not be able to be implemented if this idea of federalism is implemented, because federalism is a counter to their ideas that they wanted to implement. So, and that's why they go for this aspect of criminalizing federalism. On the question of time for federalism, it's going to be negotiated federalism. So the version that the people will agree on, it is what now we in the US are ready to go with it. So we want a system that will uplift the country out of the shackles of unitary system. And the shackle of the unitary system is characterized by dictatorship, tribalism, runaway corruption, kleptocracy, and this gun class culture. See? So I didn't think that federalism want to put an end to it. Federalism is purely a national and sovereign issue, and its final resolution shall exclusively be responsibility of the sovereign people of South Sudan. This responsibility shall be exercised without involvement of or interference of other regional or international actors. By the way, there are countries in the region who their citizens are demanding for federal arrangement. But the political class in some of these countries, because they are benefiting from this system, right from these systems, right from the colonial time to now, they are not ready to open up for federal arrangement. Now, when we always go on our national issues, sovereign issues, we go to some of these countries to be a solution to us. There is no way, for instance, and we have even reached an extent whereby there is some of these countries are the one providing solution for us. So these countries will not be able to give you, for instance, agree that federalism is the way to go, since it is just like the foreign policy of certain countries. One of the examples is Britain. Britain has a serious issues to do with UK has a serious issue to do with politics, internal domestic issues to do with other people who want to break away. Who want to go, like Scotland and the like. That's one. Number two is also China. China has a serious issue to do with Hong Kong and Taiwan. Now, these two countries, I'm using an example, and there are many. If you go to these two countries, for instance, to mediate over the problem, and you advocated for separation, that you want separation, forget, these two countries will not accept to do that. They will not even entertain your ideas. Why? Because once they accept that, yes, this will be a principle for you to go, then the question becomes the issue of morality and principles. If you can accept a neighboring country or another country to go for separation, and internally you are not able to provide that for your own people, then what moral or what principle I would try to talk about here? So now the point that I'm trying to raise, while we are discussing about such sensitive issues to do with federation and the like, let us also be mindful of these countries, especially in the region, who always interfere in our issues that they want to mediate and the like. Whether this issue of federalism, it is not a contradiction in their system, because there is no way that they can be able to help you with that. And that's why I'm saying, when we are discussing about this issue of federalism here, let it be a national and a sovereign matter, that it is only the people of South Sudan to resolve on themselves. That's another one. And then in terms of achieving federalism or implementing it, the process ideally should go hand in hand with mechanism of addressing the root causes of the conflict in the country, in the roundtable conference, and subsequently permanent constitution-making process in which ideas of federalism become substantive constitutional provision, and then adopting federal constitution for democratic system in the country. So this process must be mutually inclusive. So it is also important to note that if there is one thing that can be responsible to separate South Sudan into different states, this point is important. It's important to note that if there is one thing that can be responsible to separate South Sudan into different states, one day, one time, it is not going to be federalism. It's not going to be federalism, nor NAS, National Salvation Front, or even those who have come out openly advocating for separation. See that? But it is going to be the arrogance and intransigence of the SPLM regime in Juba and their supporters, inside and outside the country, and those in the clubhouses and other social media platforms. If there is one day some factors that will make South Sudan to separate, it is going to be the regime of Salva Kiir who is going to force that separation. Because they will push people to the end, to the deadlock. And that's where the country will fail and disintegrate. But not other people who are advocating for an arrangement that will unite the country. Not even these people who have come out, because those people who have come out openly that they need separation because they have reached already their boiling point. You see that? But there's still people who believe that this country will be held and will still forge a unity of purpose and go forward with a system that can usher prosperity and unity. But the arrogance, intransigency, stubbornness of the government in Juba, that will be the factor that will disintegrate South. And that's an important point to mark. Finally, deliberate avoidance to discuss the root causes of conflict, arrogantly and stubbornly reject honest debate on adoption and implementation of a federal system in South Sudan, directly and indirectly, is an incentive to the continuation of the violence and the state fragility. But all in all, this federation hesitancy or backlash is just a delay in reckoning with reality. But the federal hesitancy, backlash, and delay, or the narrative of criminalizing federalism or making it look ugly, will come to an end one day, one time. And that's why this conversation is important, such that we win the minds and the hearts of the people in South Sudan to appreciate federalism, such that when the time comes we can easily implement federalism with little this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, compatriot Suba. Very excellent presentation. Really do appreciate your presence today with this great paper here, Governance and Administrative Practice in the Federal System. It's quite great. I'm sorry, as I told you before, that maybe if you feel like you want to have break, to have water, and I could not stop you because maybe I will interrupt your overview. So that's why I could not. But I hope you'll be able now to take water before we invite people on the stage to ask questions. And maybe I will give a chance to compatriot Simon here if you want to say a short message. And then I'll play one song here and then we open the hand raise for those who have questions who want to ask Mr. Soba. Yeah. Bulldozer, if you're around.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, compatriot Teresa. And I just want to salute and thank compatriot Soba for the wonderful presentation he has done today. And that's why it's very important sometimes. If you look at the Symposium was presented, I would like for you to go, you need a smooth road. Electoral Hajj, yani Sala Sharia, Corazon Wufra Alkan Fisika, Wam Redemia Fogu Nedif, Yana Serarabat Bemsi, Bindun Miskila. And then everybody came, and now, yani compatriot Soba, spokesperson, yan taban fi Arabia tanta salasika la sika de kalas in town, esen beg der kunu smooth castle bi kubumoya, Arabia de kurento dera kide, obes bijay na bidore esen bi bamul moko afishara de sen shara de kunu smooth, but that tani mara mafi de kogin na. And I think this is what has been happening now. The road was bumpy and it was smooth out, and now it's completely smooth. For Anna Motag, the ISO Lalbada follow presentation, you might have got something in your mind. Unless later Zola Linda Miskelatari Bara, and then my Fejana Beg Dramu later, even Lo Jibu Swam in focus and Jar, Trejim later, Tamabi Fime listen. Okay? And I really appreciate all the speakers from Dictoral Hajj, compatriot Dominic, compatriot Faris Matthew, compatriot Justice Kurkur, and now compatriot Soba. You guys have done a very, very wonderful work. And we thank you for your hard work. And we believe that we will continue to educate the people of South Sudan on this topic and the other topics to come. Thank you so much, and I will stop here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, compatriot Simon. Let me maybe play one short song here. Meanwhile, we invite all the people who want to come and ask questions. So, yeah.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation, that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power.
Always nice, Goa people power. Let's listen to these few words.
وانتو ما في زول بيكون قاعد قالوا ما في فوق. في كلام بتاعنا في داخل الجنوب حاجه ثانيه جا حاصل لزول ثاني هناك قال ده انا ما في فوق. تقاينو اساكر تسالفا كي قتلوا ناس قال انا ما في فوق. جينا كم نسوان قال انا ما في فوق. يسدي مقبله قال انا ما في فوق. انا دل نقول لكم انه ما في شعب جناجا الا ده شعب الجوجي ما بعده. شعب الجي كلم قال انا ما في فوق ودي براو ده شعب بتاعي لانه الحكومه الظالم ده ما الجيش بتاعه كانت هم قادر يوقفوا ما بعدون. وفي زولتا نجي كلم قال انا ما في فوق ده هم بكاتوليتا هم جروب ما جروب. بكره ده بكاتوليتا وبكره بيروح لاكو بتاعك بعد بكره لاكو بتاعك ثاني ولا لاخذ بتاعك ثاني. عشان كده تكون لازم تكونوا موجودين مع بعض. لازم تكونوا مع بعض. لازم تكونوا متماسكين. اي زول اللي جه كلم قال هو زول محايد ده ذاته يجي يكون سالفه كثير كتير في داخل النظام في داخل البلد. يا زول يسيبوا سالفه كثير يستعملوا البلد كده من البلد. ده يسيبوا سالفه كثير بيكون عنده طول زمن طويل جدا في السلطه وبيدمر البلد. نو ناس اللي جه كلم قال انا محايد ده او ناس اللي جاي يجوا ورا. فانتوا شجعوا نفسكم. كان انتم اللي زول ده نجي كلم قال هو محايد كلم قال شغل محايد بتاعك ده يجي يكون تاب ده نجي يزيدوا. ورجع من وزاره ما في حاجه محايد. في حاجه بطال في شيطان في داخل البلد وفي حاجه الكويس في البلد. انت لازم بيختار بين حاجه البطال وحاجه الكويس. ما في حاجه في النص. بلد انتهى وماشي يفرتك. انت لسه كمان لسه دير كلمه قال انت في النص ما في حاجه زي ده. نو ناس اللي كلمه قال لهم جودي في النص ده ناس يجي خدها سجن بيتا بني لك يوم الليل. شكل محايد ده. سو انتوا اجيفوا مع بعض شيلوا ديسيجن. عارفين انه الزمن الصعب ده وخاصه الناس اللي داخل البلد في خوف. حتى الناس اللي قاعدين برا في خوف في تهديدات من اجهزه بتامني بتسالفكر. لكن انت شيلوا شجاعه رقدوا قلبك وشيلوا ديسيجن عشان انت تجيب ما بلد بتاعك ونضال بتاع الشعب بتاعك.
يا شكرا جزيلا جنرال توماس سيريلو في كلمات بتاعه بتشجيع المواطنين بينما ما تبقى في النص قاعد في النص. أنا محايد المحايدين ده ذاته يا هو المشكلة. أنا ما كده وأنت شايف بلد ماشي في خط كعب شديد. المهم ادي فرصة باشمهندس دومينيك انت عندك اي كلمة قصير قبل ما نمشي للضيوف الطلب في المنصة اللي دارين يسألوا مثلا أسئلة. ممكن تفضل.
شكرا كثير تريزا. خليني في البدء يعني أشكر كوبادري سوبا سامويل مناس كوبادري زرقاجين والناس اللي بيستمعوا تحت. أنا كنت ركبت ووصلت لنقطة قلت يا أخي خليني أبطل الكتابة لأنه أنا حقوم أملأ كراس ساكت بكلامات مهم جدا. لكن أنا حتما هستخدم العبارات ده في فرص تانية. لكن أنا I wanted to thank Compadre Suba, for this wonderful lectures. Lecture that you have given a presentation looking at the governance aspect, and that is why we said it should really come at the end, where systems has to be differentiated, from a type of a government, because this is really the gist of the whole thing. That our people should know that when you talk of system of governance and types of governance, these are two different distinct but yet important thing in our nation. But we have spoken a lot that, and that is what he has said, that federalism, as opposed to other system of governance, talk about powers that has to be given to, has to be shared. These powers must be constitutionally shared between the different level of the government, and then people have to accept. And we as National Salvation Front, we are offering a model of a system, and I thank you for explaining to the masses of our country, the classical federal system that we are talking about, as it stands. What is it that is classical about the classical federalism that we NAS are talking to the people? And I think many of our leaders, many of our people will, from now on, also go and study our documents and familiarize themselves with these documents. And once you familiarize yourself with these documents, then you know what is it that we are, trying to offer. And the conversation has to really, start, and we have beginning with it, and we will continue to stage this conversation as we go forward in the process of building our nation, because there is no any other better way for us to really, build a nation. And when we are talking again about the infrastructure of a nation, I like his narrative, or his example, that is not buildings. What is it that will make this nation work for all of us? The infrastructure of in the constitution we are talking, the social contract that he has talked about. So I don't want it to really, talk about these things in another, or adding to what he has said, but I wanted to leave it at giving people the opportunity to come and ask questions, and we can interact. Hopefully, the other sessions I'm also thinking about it, that we will one day wanted to make a separate session where we'll from the go start, start to discuss, because I know we have gone into numbers of hours, which is good in this presentation, but hopefully we need to talk as political forces of this country. We need really to talk among ourselves. So now we are talking about federalism, whether this is a presidential federalism or this is a parliamentary federalism. We will be anchoring our efforts in trying to educate our people. Not that they don't know, they know whatever federal system is and examples of federal systems, but there's also some of the worries that we need to pluck it out, so that our citizens, when you talk about federal system, they understand what is it that this animal is going to give them in terms of benefits. So that if I am in Lafon, I don't have to get scared when we talk about federalism. And some of these examples he has already said. So I'd like to thank him so very much. And I'll stop it at here. Thank you, Teresa. The floor is always yours and the show is yours, and we continue to listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Dominic. I'm sure now Suba might have maybe get some water a little bit, and we have people here on the stage who are here for questions. We start with Brother Rajab Mohandes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Maulana Teresa, for the opportunity, and thank you all, the organizers, for this incredible presentation. And a special thanks to compatriot Suba for this presentation. It has been in depth, well researched, and well delivered. I greet you all, the participants in the room, and those who are on the stage. I have just three things very briefly. One is a quick feedback, the second is a suggestion, and the third is a question. Getting to this, the feedback, I think it is important for you as an organization to hear from the audience and the participants. First, your presentations in this symposium is a series of symposium from the very first to date, has been in-depth and well explained. And this has provided enlightenment to the audience and to me in particular on the subject matter of federalism, but also the different aspects covered so far. In this particular presentation made by compatriot Suba, I like the number of proposals made, the proposal of the 10 states, the presidential system, bicameral legislature, the direct elections of women representatives, appointment procedures for the judiciary, or the Chief Justice and Justices of the Supreme Court and the rest, the proposal on the Constitution, the proposal, and also the flexibility in terms of accepting a negotiated approach to the type of federalism the country needs. This is commendable and agrees with quite a number of forward-looking ideas for the future of the country. Now, on suggestions, first, it is always the role of political parties to provide the vision and agenda for a country. Countries are governed on the basis of the ideas generated by political parties. And so what you are doing, it's exactly the role of a political party, and it's extremely important to generate these ideas. And so a suggestion I have is that if you are not already thinking about this, or if you're already thinking about it, that is commendable. And if not, please compile and share these presentations of the various presentations, because this will help to provide a consolidated set of knowledge for influencing the actions and decisions as we embark on the journey of state building. I think these ideas should not be lost. They should be properly compiled and consolidated and published even as papers to help us in using them. We are referencing ideas generated in 1947, 1954, and so forth, because people brought those ideas forward and they have helped to guide our path to a better country. Now, coming to the question. My thinking has always been that our country mirrors a federal system, especially in terms of legal provisions and also principles that you have mentioned and others have also made in their presentations. The principles of self-rule and shared rule and quite a number of all of those in terms of federal system. And some of the things you proposed here are also already captured in the Constitution, the bicameral system, for example, and a few others. And also the element of shared rule and self-rule, where we have the shared rule at the national level, and the self-rule at the state levels, in principle, but not in practice, as we all know. And I am aware that there are missing principles or ignored principles, for example, elections, and the element of self-rule are actually deliberately ignored or they are not being implemented. Now, I love the idea of building on the gains already made. The ideas that you are bringing forward should form the basis. The ideas should add on to this. Now, as far as we have come, if we were requested to award marks out of 100% for South Sudan in terms of its current system being federal, what marks would you award? Would it be 0% federal? Would it be 10% federal, 50% federal, or 70% federal as it stands now? That's the question I have. Thank you.
Yeah, compatriot Suba, are you there? Wait first, I confirm. You're muted in case you're...
Yeah.
You heard the question. Have you captured?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I captured the question. First of all, I want to greet my brother and friend, Rajab Mohandis. By the way, we had a long history with Rajab Mohandis. We went to school together. Very poor school, intermediate school in Kaya. But that school, from the humble background, was able to build people who today are leaders. So he has been a colleague, a friend for a long time. Yes, Rajab, thank you for the question. It's a very, very important. Very, very important question. You at least asked about 3 issues, though the other ones are not questioned. The issue of feedback. Feedback is very, very important because it will inform the organizers or the group on how the information has been received and perceived, and if there is any need for any adjustment that need to be done. I think this aspect has been catered for, and that's why the organizers are thinking in advance on whether to have another session to bring all the presenters together in one session and collectively begin addressing some missing gaps that probably have been identified, and more especially maybe on the feedbacks. For instance, if you have been following the presentation and also the comments in the messaging, you find that the people are actually engaging in interactions, both in the clubhouse and in the YouTube. You can see now, you can gauge the interaction, and there are others, maybe for some other reason, they're not able to come up and talk, but then they're just floating around with their suggestions and the like. And maybe there are also other people somewhere who will come and listen on their own time and also may have other suggestions. So those are the things that we need to pick, and we see how we can accommodate and see and also hear how people are feeling. So the idea of the feedback is important, and I think the organizers, that's I think your task. You have to plan accordingly on how. I like the idea on the feedback. That's good. Number 2, on the as a suggestion, you as making a suggestion that some of these presentations that we make should be compiled and at least published so that people know about them, because these are now public, should be part of the public records now. Yeah, I think the idea is also good. The organizers, Dominic, Teresa, Abui, and the rest, I think you have also had to look at this proposal and see how practical it is. But it's a good idea of publishing some of these ideas, and we see how to make meaning. And it's also be good, even the small pamphlet, it will help our. You remember we have a federal structure in our system, so those who will be under our federal structure will use some of these ideas while they are doing their engagement in their places. You see that? So it's also, I find it a very wonderful idea. Yes, Rajab, the question you said that the current system mirrors a federal system in terms of certain arrangement that have been put there structurally, particularly the aspect of shared rule and shared rule, where power is shared at three levels. The government is structured in three levels, and then the bicameral aspect of it. And I went further by saying that maybe what is only missing is the principles, critical principle of federalism, maybe. So you ask me if I'm to rate this current system in terms of federalism, what marks will I award? And I think the idea here, if I can mark it well, it is just to test whether there are other things within the current structure that can easily be taken forward, particularly when we are discussing about this federal arrangement. But remember, if you can follow me in my explanation or presentation, I brought the aspect of federation without federalism. And this is where I explained that there are situations where some countries or some political class may decide to, in order to please people, they may decide to create some structures that exactly depicts or portrays structurally how federalism is. But federalism is not only about structures, it is about the principles. So, and this is what you refer to as the missing critical aspects of principles. So, you can talk about self-rule and shared rule, these principles here. And just like what we have currently in South Sudan, we have states, we have federal national government, we have states, and then we have the local government. And in the constitution, they are able to give these powers to these levels. But then at the end of the day, this same constitution exclusively make the national government very powerful. So you come to realize that whatever we're talking about, self-rule here and shared rule here, it is just theoretical. It's just theoretical. It is just to please people that there is aspect like that working, but at the end of the day, it is not working. But what we are saying as National Salvation Front, as far as federalism is concerned, as what we term classical federalism, in terms of all the aspects that describes federalism, in terms of structural arrangement which is needed, and then the principles and the theories that are applicable. Those theories applicable defines the sufficiency of the federal system that we admire. But it's not only the structures that are given without power. That's one. Number two, the as much as the current system referred to as a decentralized system, but of course, under decentralization, you will find that the power which is decentralized is actually delegated, is a delegated power from the central government. And therefore, you find that the aspect of self-rule here, it's actually not there. So this is the thing. So if I'm to mark that system, because it is not about structures that make a system federal. That's why you can go for 10 states. It can still be called federal system. You can go for 3 states, for instance. It can be called federal system. You can go for any number of states that you want. It can be federal system. But in terms of powers which is shared at national level, powers which is given to the state to describe their self-rule, if it is not put there and it's not put in the constitution, a constitution which is the anchor of this system, then therefore you cannot be able to describe this system as a federal system. And in terms of mark, if I'm to give, I will only give mark in terms of state, in terms of the structures that they have met. The structures are good. We can adopt the structures. Why do we adopt the structures? We are adopting the structures because the structures are scientific. It is based on the proper delineated approach, where it has taken care of our boundaries. It has taken care of our ethnic, geographical, or even locations, and it has also taken care of previous administrative structures that has been existing. It has taken care of that, and that's why when you look at the current 10 states, actually, it has limited issues of boundary disputes. So this is what is good with the 10 states. And if you go also for instance 3 regions and we make them states, it's also good because it is based on the pre-existing structure that has been there. Anything that will create confusion in terms of boundaries, just like these 30-something states that has been created, which is unscientific. It is not based on anything. So we don't recognize it completely, and because it will be a basis of dispute. Any system that is supposed to be put there must be part of the solution. It provides solution to the people, but not to create issues to the people of South Sudan. So if I'm to rate, I'm rating on the structures. Yes, the structures are good, but there are no principles. There are no good principles that has been put in place that has been actually that people will say it is really mirroring federal arrangement in South Sudan. And for that matter, this unitary system disguised as a decentralized system of governance in South Sudan by Salva Kiir and his group, as far as federal system is concerned, as far as the principles of federalism is concerned, is completely zero. As federalism is concerned, it's completely zero. But in terms of structures that has been put there, those structures are good. We can accommodate them, and they can help. And then, of course, the structures it contributes significantly little than the principles which are necessary. So that is what I can answer to your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Suba. Let's go to Brother Wilson. The floor is yours. Ask question.
Yes. I hope I have answered very well.
Rajab is there. Rajab.
Yes. Thank you. Of course, you have answered. You have answered me, and we will have further discussions at some point, but for now I'm okay. We can move the line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Rajab. Let's go to Brother Wilson. Fadal.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say happy Sunday to everyone. And I would like to commend compatriot Teresa and Nas for this very informative symposium. And I will appreciate if we continue to dialogue and share with the people of South Sudan the best possible system of governance that will ensure for us a safe and a prosperous nation of South Sudan. I will be very brief, and I want to say, Comrade Asoba, that has been a very instrumental and informative paper that you have delivered eloquently and articulately, and we appreciate you for bearing with us all this time around. So my question is this. You have pointed out federalism in terms of principles and as well as also a structural part, the self-practice government on the ground. And you have mentioned that, of course, currently we have 10 states and 2 administrative states. So on the lights of all this that you have made it very clear, I just want to ask a question here. Is there a right mechanism in place that you will put it in place to safeguard and protect us from ending up to have a big government on the light on the concept of federal systems that always give power to the people so that they engage in having a say in running the affairs of their country. And this is my question, very brief, and I'm looking forward for your answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Maybe Wilson, let him come back again. Mechanism for safeguarding the big government, and I didn't pick the last word.
He's still there. Wilson, Brother Wilson, can you come again?
Yes. Well, my question is here. What are the right mechanisms that will be put in place so that we don't end up later on with a big government? Because right now, under the light of federal system, which is based of more people to participate in our government, more people to participate in the government, giving them powers right from the structural part. But then my question is that, is there a clear mechanism in place that will help us not to end up having a big government?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Wilson, for this question. Of course, having a big government is a recipe to disaster and wastefulness, and I think this is even what we are experiencing now. Just for instance, having 5 vice presidents, which is historical, and then 500 and something members of parliament. The ratio, of the MPs of our assembly compared to our population, if we go by 28 census, then you find that it is just a risk to have those kind of MPs we have there. Because we've been asked what are they producing in terms of productivity. How much are they contributing, for instance, to legislation making and to the stability of the country? It is not there. So having a big government is not always advisable, and it is not necessary. But if you follow me well, I talked about the constitution as an anchor of any federal system. It is only the constitution that will regulate the size of the government that you have. So everything to do with the federal system, in terms of the structure, and then in terms of the institutions in the state, in the national, and in those in the local government, must all be put in the constitution. You see that? So, and then this constitution, it's not there just a privilege of one person deciding the provisions or the substantive issues that are to be, put into constitution. It is a product of national discussions, the product of consensus. So you find that when it comes to the size of the government, as is going to be put in the constitution, it also becomes, the aspect of the people, the stakeholders, agreeing on all the necessary institutions that are to be incorporated in the constitution, and people people use them for implementing or for the governance system. So when we talk of mechanism, there is no any other mechanism other than the constitution itself that have the final descriptions and directions on what size of the government requires. And also, finally, on that particular aspect, governments and institutions are not static. It keeps on growing. You see that? As population grow, it gives pressure to the institutions to accommodate the pressing needs which are brought in or ushered in by time. So while these new challenges arises, the system also must evolve. So the system evolve according to challenges that are there. So it is also within the constitution. That's why constitution provides for amendments. So it is also within the constitution that it also answers if there is now a need for enlargement, or contrary, if there is also need for reduction. So only the constitution answers the question of enlargement, the question of reduction, and any other question that affects the system as a whole. It is only anchored the constitution. So constitution is the only mechanism. Maybe the other fear that would be there is what will be the adherence, what will be the commitment to implement the constitution in letter and spirit. That is the challenge, because we have seen how constitution, especially in the context of Africa, how politicians have always and constantly abused the constitution for their own interest. Therefore, the challenge now is for us, for you and for me and the rest of the people here, that how do we protect our constitution? Because it's a challenge. Today, we are speaking here as a revolutionaries. One day, if we come to power, having tested power, and then we change and now begin to implement certain things. That's a common thing with African revolutions. Now the question is, how are we going to protect our constitution such that at the end of the day, we don't end up in a bloated government, and a bloated government at the end of the day will not provide the necessary social services that people want. End up with a quantity instead of quality, and defeats the purpose of the federal arrangement that we're talking about. In the end, it is only the constitution which is the alpha and omega of everything that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Suba. So you have answered my question satisfactorily. And if you realize I use the terms safeguarding and protecting at the initial stage of implementing this federal system on the lights that federal system encourage power to the people. So this was my concern, but you have satisfactorily answered my concern, and this was one of my fears, so that we don't end up with a big government while implementing the federal system in South Sudan. Otherwise, I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful for all of you. Let's continue to engage with the people of South Sudan to enlighten them in this way. They have the clue, and that will help us to implement the federal system within a short period of time and with also easy means, and hopefully that will ensure the stability of our country for all of us, so that we have to be prosperous, so that we have to also utilize the God-given resources for the common good of our lives, so that we have a good quality of life based on the dignity. So otherwise, thank you so much, and thank you, compatriot Torres. And this has been very informative and very interesting debate, and very interesting papers that have been presented here. And this is what we want for the people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Wilson, for your question, and also your feedback.
Wilson, I'm gonna let mute. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, let's go to Molana Matat. The floor is yours. Molana Matat تقريبا يا بعد هسه. Yeah, تفضل.
يا شكرا كومباتريت مولانا تريزا، وأنا بشكر كومباتريت صوبا. بالحقيقة يعني الشرح يعني وشرح النظام البرلماني، النظام الفيدرالي بطريقة واسعة وحلوة. إحنا بنؤمن إحنا كافي جبهة الخلاص يعني عندنا يعني مشروع دولة بالكامل. أنا ما أقول كتير، لكن أنا عايز أسأل السؤال كومباتريت صوبا، في رأي بتاعك يعني النظام الفيدرالي ما بقدر يحقق لنا يعني بالذات في بعض قوانين اللي بيخترعوها يعني من السلطة التنفيذية عشان إنه البرلمان ينفذوا، خاصة في قوانين الطوارئ أو مثلا the emergency bill اللي إنه بيشيلوه في البرلمان وبيصدقوها بالأغلبية طوال وبدي رئيس الجمهورية عشان ينفذوا. إذا إنه عندنا النظام البرلماني، النظام الفيدرالي ده ما بيقدر يسهله حتى للبرلمان كسلطة سياسية، وحتى للرئيس في وجود المجلس الدستوري عشان بيقدر إما بالدفع بالإلغاء مثلا القوانين اللي بيصدر من السلطة التنفيذية، اقتراح قوانين من السلطة التنفيذية بعدم عشان ما يصدقوها، لأن البرلمان بيصدر شنو؟ بيصدر بالدفع بعدم القبول، لأن ده مخالف الدستور. أو إذا فرضنا إنه صادر قانون ده وصدق له البرلمان، ممكن يعني المجلس الدستوري بيقدر يدفع بالدفع بالإلغاء. ده بيساعدنا بدل إنه القانون مثلا بتاع البيل بيجي في البرلمان وبيصدقوا بالأغلبية، لأننا بنعرف البرلمان كنظام سياسي. لكن دائما لما يكون في النظام البرلماني ده كأنه مجلس الدستوري ده بيقدر يمارس سلطته في مجال، حتى لو في قوانين بيصدر من الاتحادية للولائية، ده بيقدر يمارس إما الدفع بعدم القبول أو الدفع بالإلغاء. ده السؤال أنا كنت حابب أسأله، يا ريت إن شاء الله بكون سؤالي إذا فهمت. شكرا.
يعني أنا فهمت إن شاء الله. كان كلامك التانيين دول بالعربي ده قال ده، لكن أنا فاهم the gist of the question. Basically, you are asking, your question centers around legislation making process and the competency between the executive and the legislature in the legislation making process. And because history tells us that usually the executive wants to use the parliament as their rubber stamp to implement their ideas, and thus defeat the purpose of why the parliament is there. That's a common issue. And I think this question of yours is very, very important question, because it touches on the sovereignty of the parliament. Why am I referring to the parliament as a sovereign? Its parliament is sovereign because that's where the people are represented. Assuming that we are going for a direct democracy, where all the people of South Sudan are members of parliament. So we will have a parliament of 12 million people, because everybody is a member of parliament, because people of South Sudan are sovereign. And that's why the idea of indirect democracy comes in, or indirect representation, where some people are elected on the basis of the geographical consistencies that they represent, to go and now represent the people and talk on behalf of the people. So now, if the constitution says that the people are sovereign, therefore that sovereignty of the people, it is now transferred to the parliament, now representing the interests of the people. So if the people employs the government to work for them, so it is therefore parliament here, which is the people representative, actually to direct this government on how they are supposed to work. Here, we also realize that this same constitution sometimes, not sometimes, but always there, provides the executive also to make laws. And that's why we have what we call subsidiary legislations. These subsidiary legislations are made by the executive. And mostly these subsidiary legislations are designed to help the principal legislation to be implemented, like the act of the parliament. So you find that the executive, through the cabinet, or rather through the ministries concerned, usually comes with the rules and regulations to implement the principal legislations. So this is what we call principal legislations when they are under executive. Also, there are under principal legislations, there are executive orders, for instance. Executive orders that can come either from the president himself or from the ministers or any other executive authority that's there. And the purpose is to help in the governance. And now this brings the difference between the constitutional law and the administrative law. That's now the difference comes here. So the executive only implements the administration part of the law, implementing those rules and procedures and the obligation of ensuring that the government functions. But the parliament here, in what they're doing, it is actually the constitutional aspect. It provides a framework for the executive to be able to run the government in an efficient way. Now, where the executive comes out with the principal legislation, this principal legislation must be consistent. Rather, this subsidiary legislation must be consistent with the principal legislation that the parliament has done. In other countries, this thing has worked well. Even to do with these emergency laws, for instance, that president uses, because this aspect, this animal called an emergency law, is a very critical matter. It is under the principle of this concept of the emergency law that president sometimes use his power in the guise of the emergency law. But in the constitutional order, this application of the emergency law is also regularized. It's regularized. You cannot do it unnecessarily. In certain constitutions, I've seen when a president makes an emergency law, this emergency law within a week, in certain constitution within a week, in certain constitution within a month, it has to be submitted to the parliament for parliament either to discuss on the legality and the importance of that emergency law which has been decreed by the president. So if the parliament finds out that that law, it is not necessary to be made because it has not met the condition for which an emergency law should be declared for, definitely the parliament will decide that that law is null and void and is thrown out. But if it is, if they attempt to realize that that emergency law is necessary at that material time because they are addressing certain facts, then they will now ratify it, and then not only ratifying, but will provide a legislative direction for that particular emergency law as to when it will operate and what is the mandate of the emergency situation there. And you cannot talk of emergency law without the element of finances, because there must also be finances there. Then they will also address it if it is there, because usually in an emergency there is no finance which is attached to issues of emergency. So there's definitely the parliament also discuss the issue of supplementary budget to address that situation of emergency, and then when that emergency will come to an end, they will provide a legislative direction for that matter. Meaning the issue is no longer the powers of the president, but now it has become now a national issue through the ratification of the parliament. So what I'm trying to say here that under a federal arrangement and the rule of the power of the constitution, which we are talking about here, such things are also catered for. it will not give room to the president to use these emergency laws, declaration of war, because sometimes it's also given to the president as a power to declare war. But then the conditions are there. The condition is stipulated in the condition as to when the president will declare a war. And when he declares a war, definitely also he has to bring it to the parliament for parliament to come and ratify. Because when you are waging a war, you need a budget. And the budget, where do you get the budget from? You get the budget from parliament. You cannot wage a war when you have not gone to the parliament. An example, like when we went to the issue of Higli, when the war was declared against the Higli, and I don't know if people of South Sudan will trace well the genesis, the economic challenges that we are facing today. I don't know if people of South Sudan will be able to agree that the economic challenges that we have today, actually, that war that we went into contributed to this problem. You see that? Contributed to this problem. Unilateral withdrawal from the shutting down of the oil, and then the war contributed to the current challenges, economic challenges that we have now. And that's why when we are making serious sovereign decisions that have effect on the life of the people, it is not preserved or the liberty of the head of the state or the president to do whatever he wants, especially on decisions that will affect the sovereignty. So this thing has to come to the parliament. For parliament to exercise its wisdom on such critical issues. See that? And that's why on issues of legislations, we are talking about principal legislation or subsidiary legislations, and at the end of the day, the subsidiary legislation is always higher than the subsidiary, which is of course by the executive, and this puts the parliament very high. So in summary, I'm just saying that these complications that usually gives presidents to decide what they want and defeats the purpose of the parliament under federal constitution, these aspects are completely stilled, and it will not make the president that powerful to decide on certain things that he wants. And this explains why some of these people don't want this system, because it will not provide them. A person like Maulana Makwi is a lawyer, he understands these things. But why are they negative against federal? Because they know very well that under federal system, he will not be able to have those arrogancy of talking that if you wanted to, if you don't want South Sudan, go and hang yourself in a tree. Under constitutional system, that's not a responsible public servant talking like that. At the end of it, you will find yourself answering to the people. But then under this system of theirs, you are free, telling people to hang themselves. So you see that? So this is the thing here. So the fear is actually the constitutional order, the rule of law. This is actually the fear that people are, some of this class are fearing. But it's not a federal arrangement as it is. Yeah, but I agree with you, that when we are committed to the federal system and especially the constitution, it will not allow these biases that comes from individual. And then even the constitution that we want, because constitution are also of different types. There are general constitutions, there are detailed constitutions. You see that? So general constitutions only provides general provisions and the like, and then we allow the parliament to come out with the acts that interpret certain jurisdictions. But then there's a detailed constitution that explains everything on what is supposed to be encompassing the whole aspect in the country. And I think this is what we want, a detailed constitution that captures everything. You see, we put, and that's why we're talking about the root causes of the conflict. The root causes of conflict is important because we have to identify the issues that is affecting, that is ailing our country. And then those solutions that we are providing then are mirrored in the constitution, such that we don't go back to those things. And if there is somebody who wants to come back by window or in a disguised way, it is unlocked in a different constitutionally or legally, in a way that it doesn't provide a room for somebody to go over. So Molano Kurkur last time was talking of that there is no way that we are going to have this Moses stick. But if it is necessary, let us invent one. Let us invent one Moses stick. And in terms of constitutional order, to really safeguard our gains. Thank you.
Yeah. Are you there? Are you done? Can you hear me? Anamaru, Composite Suba, you done or something just happened? Anamaru.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, yes. Thank you. I will actually, the three brothers who just asked a question and Composite Suba answered them, I will bring you down. So it's a good chance for others. Stephen Tabule, the floor is yours. Further. Stephen Tabule, are you there? Stephen Tabule. Oops. He left out. You went down. Let me bring you up. Stephen Tabule, bring you up again. I'm out of the ear. Can you ask? Just open your mic. Unmute yourself. Down on your right hand down. Just the microphone is there. If you can unmute. I think he's facing problem. Let's go to Brother Warile. Washmandis Warile, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. And my regards to the guest of honor, Mr. Suba, and to all your audience. I have 2 points. One is a commentation, and the other is a query for Mr. Suba to expand on a particular point from his presentation. So what I would like to commend is NAS for the whole process of that has been going, the series of symposiums. It's a credit. I think this is one of the deliveries that NAS has been able to put in the political arena. So I commend NAS for this because most of the political parties don't come up with proposing systems and that to the public. So this is something I think is commendable, and the sequence of the arrangement of itself, ending by what Suba has put today, I think makes a lot of logical sense. We've went through history, through the constitutional part, political part, And the last bit is the administrative part, which I think it is the last point whereby you put administrative units that can deliver the promises of the proposal itself. So the design of the symposium is also very logical. So I relate to this. I'm not an expert in public affairs, public administration, but I call that what NAS is doing. I call it political entrepreneurship. So political entrepreneurship is bringing an idea, an innovation, not only as an idea, but actualizing it by putting the units that can deliver that idea. So when I listen to all your symposiums as a market entrepreneur, I just relate to it. That's why I'm always in the room. So when you talk of the constitutional aspect, the legal aspect, I look in the marketplace. We look at it as like you have the article of association of a company, then the governance system, you have board of directors, and then it comes to the administrative bit where you now need to design the company that can deliver the objective of a company. So it is the same in the public arena when you design system for governance. And the most important thing that and that is going to be my query with Suba is the administrative bit. The administrative bit, because it's the vehicle that delivers the promise of the project itself, and it comes as the last bit, as we have seen in the administration in the presentation. So Manasseh, my interjection here is this: the linkage between the federal system and the local authorities that we inherited from the colonial administrations. I think the linkage here, if we do it properly, then we can be able to deliver the promise of a federal system. And what I meant with that is when the British left and all the colonial systems left after their direct rule, in their direct rule they used the indigenous African rulers, as to support the colonial system, and these local rulers, what they call chiefs, their purpose is to support the British bureaucrats or Afendia, and to maintain control over the local population. And their objective is simple: it's just to collect taxes and manage local conflicts, and also to produce manpower for the colonial administration. Now, in most African countries, when they got independence, the new indigenous administration didn't look well to link what the colonials have left to the new administration, which is connecting the chiefs from the local level to the modern governance system that is set by an independent state. Now, what I'm talking specifically here is that the role of what we had in Sudan is called the local government in the executive. I heard you in your presentation, you did talk of a local government act. But in terms of administration structures, how do you look at the role of what we had in Sudan called Tubat Idarin. In Sudan, they created something called Tubat Idarin. Tubat Idarin, then they have the competency to liaise between the chiefs and the and the new modern administration. Well, so they can be judges, they can help with administration, and most of them في Sudan القديم كان عندنا أولادنا الجنوبيين في محلات ده كله. So to make the query short, can you expand on the function of the local government in the executive and how it relates to our traditional structures that are there or at the basic level? I hope my query is clear. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking long to put my point through. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Compatriot Suba, you're there.
Yeah, Compatriot Warile, thank you very much. This is a very, very important question you have asked, by the way. And I've just missed something you have actually reminded me. It is like you have been xeroxing on my paper here. Exactly, you said what I wrote down, but because of time, I decided to skip it because I felt it is not necessary at this. But then I don't know how the Holy Spirit touched you to bring this thing out. I was talking about in my paper here in the morning. I was talking about social contract, state, and government. And while I was trying to look at these concepts, social contract, state, and government, because many people are confusing, they don't know that state is different from government. Many people don't understand that. And while I was trying to think about this, then I said, what would be the best way for me to bring the concept of state and government, social contract, too close to our people to understand. And I then use the concept of a company. And this is actually what now you brought it out here. And if we wanted to understand state and government, unless we understand how company operates, then we can be able to understand this concept clearly. And then at the end, I will be able to relate to this question that you brought in. You know, people, the sovereign, agree among themselves that we are not able to govern ourselves. So there is need for us to donate our powers to certain structure. Then this structure will now work on our behalf, provide us security, provide us services, and any other things that we dream for. So this structure that they donated their power is actually the state. So here, it is like a group of people who agree to form a company. Now, you pool your resources and you form this company. And you name this company South Sudan. People pooling their resources and form a company called South Sudan. Now, while they are discussing as people, They come out with a memorandum of understanding. They come out with the article of association. They come out with the minutes of their initial meetings for formation of this company. So it is those things that have agreed that forms the company. Now, if there are laws that are going to be created in terms of memorandum of understanding, in terms of articles of associations, it is based on the agreement that these people, the company owners, has agreed on. Now, in the process then, now they form the board of governors. Now, the board of governors will be interested in the responsibility to manage this company. Now, we have a state, which is a company. We have a board of governors, which is now the government. So, government here is hired by the state. The state here is what the people has created. And now this government is serving this state on behalf of the people or the company owners. That is exactly what government, state, and the people operates. Now, we put it well. It is all about social, political, or whatever, entrepreneurship or engineering. If I also put it in the language that Dominic, in terms of coming out with the ideas of how people are supposed to govern themselves. With a limited chance, addressing the challenges that arise there. And that's why constitutional order is important. Now, when you look at the many federal arrangements in the world, let us talk about the Nigerian system. The Nigerian system, when you look at it, it did not come, the federal system, it did not come from blue. It is actually inherited the colonial structures that has been there. Nigerian federalism started, by the way, with the 3 states. And these 3 states depicts the 3 regions in Nigeria, which is the northern part, then the south, the west, and the east. And then these three states are not only geographical locations, but they are also demarcating the 3 dominant ethnic groups in Nigeria. The northern, which is Hausa, and the Fulanis, which is the northern part, and then in the west and the east, which are the Igbos, and then the Yorubas, depicting these 3 groups. And this is a design of colonialism. And when colonialism designed this thing, these structures, it is to ease colonial objective. And then colonial objective that time was actually to collect resources, to fund their metropolitan administration in their major towns, in their major countries, and yes, collect resources in terms of whatever, whether it's slaves, diamond, what, and the like. But they are also conscious, the colonial administration are also conscious of the local dynamics, because they know very well that if they create a structure that does not recognize the peculiarities of the local administration, of the local inhabitants, you see, definitely they will face resistance. See that? They will definitely face resistance. That's one. Then it later on expanded from these three. It's now the current 20 and more so states that they have currently. And I think this is after the fact that within these three states that have created, there are minority groups that are accommodated, that are buried within these three states. And then it brought in the issue of marginalization or domination. And for that matter, it led to the reason of opening up and how they ended up having this, the current states that they have. Now, these colonial structures are necessary because, first of all, it has recognized the local aspect of our communities. That is one. And then number two, it has already provided a framework of administration. You see? If you look at old Sudan, then you realize that a local administrator will be posted in a certain village, only one. But that person will do a very great job with the help of the chiefs. They will mobilize resources. They will solve local disputes. They will even, using manual labor, they will grade the roads. You see, they will grade roads using local resources, not money sent from Juba or from Papua, but look, using local resources. That is importance of empowerment. It is just a matter of empowering a person, and you don't interfere with the powers of that person will do the job. During the struggle, the SPLM struggle, I was throughout in a liberated area. The local authorities, what we call CANs, the civil authority of New Sudan, are performing. They are performing better job than the current government in Juba. Let me tell you this. And this is because of empowerment. Our local, all the Boomers administrators, Payam administrators, county commissioners that we used to have under CANs, they are providing services. If a borehole breaks, there are local community engineers who are trained to fix a borehole. That has been happening in the liberated areas. Let me give you an example. During the liberated the struggle, and I want to bring this because that's the area you come from. I happened to be in Mundri, and that time the county administration was operating in a place called Otovi. And the commissioner was called I don't know if he's alive now or not, it's called Alikana Tiger or something like that.
Alikana Tiger.
Yes, Alikana Tiger. He was the the county commissioner. And then that time there is a local community-based organization operating there. It's called, something like that. So we went there to do some assessment, joint assessment mission. So I was a deputy team leader. I was based in Kotobi for 2.5 months while we were doing our assessment on the capacity, local capacity of agriculture. So while we were in Kotobi, you cannot imagine the level of production, food production, the level of acreage that local farmers are cultivating using hoe, to the extent that NPA was having a base buying local product, food, and this food are packaged, grains are packaged and then taken to Baharzal and to Upper Nile. Not bringing this food from outside, no, buying this food locally from the local people, package them, put into plane, and taken to the other region for relief. But they only used the local product. That was the capacity that the cans has reached. And they did it through awareness, through training, through mobilization, and the like. And using the existing structures of chiefs. And then what was foreign only was the concept of Boma administration and Payam administration, which is completely wrong. But the system of the chiefs was already in place. And this the factor that I wanted to introduce here, that capacity is actually there when you are able to empower the people to do what is right. You as a government in the center, what is necessary for you is only to regulate. It's only to supervise and see how things are. And you set the targets. You set the targets on what you are supposed to achieve from these governments that are there, all these authorities that are there that you have established. Maybe what is only a danger is that, and this also will be addressed through training, the aspect of the purpose of these local authorities. From the colonial perspective, they are created to help the colonial system to function, to actually reinforce the colonial objectives. Now, if we are to inherit them, then therefore we need to first of all inculcate now the new doctrine into these structures, such that the mandate moves away from the original purpose that they have been created for to now a purpose that first of all addresses or fulfill or achieve the federal objectives that we have set for. You see that? So if the purpose is to bring services closer to the people in the federal arrangement, those services, then we have now to indoctrinate our ideas on how now they become part and parcel of how those services can be brought closer to the people. Now, there is this important aspect of civil service. And you talk of local administrators, the role of the local administrators. local administrators are very, very important, particularly in the local government setting, because these are the engine of the local system in delivering. By design, South Sudan decided to isolate the local government, and that's why the local government, I think, purposely was killed. And I think because this is where our people are, and resources are supposed to come to them, but now the resources are concentrated in Juba, and the local government is dysfunctional, and that's why you can see the high movement, rural, urban migration, because the factors are all there. The pooling factors from the opportunities that are there in the central government in Juba. So people are pulled, admiring the life which is in Juba, and then the pushing factors, the poverty and lack of opportunities which are existing in the rural, particularly insecurity, which is in the villages, in the payams, in the counties. So pushing people towards the center where the money is. Now, this local government, which is the rallying point of our people, is left unfunctional, and people are subjected on their mercy and actually reduced to the Stone Age era, where as if there is nothing happening. So, under federal arrangement, this aspect will be reversed. Central to the functions of the local government are the local administration. This local government act that I talked about is empowering these local administrators to be the engine of the development. You see that? And this time we need to make sure, because I've worked with these local administrators, their capacities to also limited. These local administrators, I used to challenge some of them while we were in county. I said, some of you are reasoning as if you are a tax collector. You see, because some of them, they limit their thinking to only collection of resources as a tax collector. But their function goes beyond collection of taxes. You see, their function goes beyond that. They are supposed to be the one planning for the county. They are supposed to be the one raising the revenue to the county. They are supposed to be the one expanding the revenue base. Expanding the revenue base here, this is now the other topic, the other issue raised last time about the wealth creation. The wealth creation here, it's only possible if we are able to identify many sources of resources to contribute to our revenue base. This is the role of these administrators. And then also, not only that, all the ideas, all the planning and whatever that has been done, who are the implementers? It is actually the local administrators. In nutshell, they are actually operating like the ministries at the national level or at the state level, but at the local level, they are the one who are the forefront of delivering the views, or rather the programs of the local government. And this is also connected, by the way, with the civil service. The civil service. We can never succeed in the federal system that we are advocating for if we have not strengthened the civil service. The civil service is the engine of the implementation of the government program. Today, the civil service that we have in the country, first of all, the capacity is weak. Number two, they are tribalized because the system demands that people are recruited not on meritocracy. Because this civil service is supposed to be based on meritocracy, merits. You are promoted, first of all, you are recruited based on your merit. You are promoted based on merit. And if you are to be dismissed because you have violated the rules of public service or civil service, and once you retire, you now live on the benefits. Because while you are working, ideally, the government is supposed to take some money from you to cater for your retirement benefits at the end of the day. So that's the quality or the characteristic of the civil service that we have today in South Sudan. Apart from that, low morale, because they are not paid, there are no benefits, and two, there's no retirement, because if you retire, you don't have money to pay them, so you just keep them there. And then, because people don't retire, there's no mechanism of injecting or recruiting new blood, particularly people who have now graduated again from universities, young youth, to be accommodated in public service to run the government, which is theirs. So, this aspect of public service, in our views, we have also looked at it that we have to have a competent civil service, which will be constructed on the basis of meritocracy. Not only that, especially in the federal government, we have to have a proper quota. We have to have a clear principle for the employment of the people in the federal level, on ensuring that all our people are represented in the civil service. We don't want to see a situation where these positions or these areas are dominated by a particular group, whether tribes or political affiliation and the like. And then at the end of the day, it defeats the purpose for which the government is worked for. Because we know very well that for a government to function, there are things that are essential. One are the policies, and that's why the parliament is very instrumental on what kind of policies are those that are designed, because must ensure that the policies are not discriminatory. Number two, who are these people who are implementing the policies? Because if you find that the people who are implementing the policies, the civil servants, are inclined politically, that's why they usually use the concept of non-political or a political civil service. You're not supposed to be affiliated to a political organization, because once you are affiliated to a political organization and you are delivering services to the people, ideally, if you are SPLM, then definitely you are going to favor SPLM members instead of other members, assuming if it's an SPLM IO or if it's a National Salvation or any other group which is there. So this civil service is very, very, very important, because this is the engine for the service delivery, and therefore, if it is politicized, then definitely it will defeat the purpose of this system. If it is not well trained, the capacity is not, and that's why continuous training is always encouraged in civil service, such that they are updated. They are updated with the current emergence of the knowledge, especially that we are living in a digital world and everything is now digitalized. It's very important. Of course, with the public service here, or public servants, I cannot talk about it because most of them are usually political appointees that are appointed to do a specific task, either in commissions or in the other institutions that are created. And once the objective is done, they either cease to work or they are removed. So you brought a very, very important point. I concur with you. The linkages here is, of course, these units are very important. What we want to do is we have to empower. We need to empower them with the federal objectives. The local administrators need to be empowered with the ideas of the federal objectives, and then we expand their mandate, and then they are given power such that the people respect them. Last time there is this thing of where chiefs are beaten by soldiers, local administrators, while they are delivering. Even in Juba, you see those local administrators of Juba City Council. Several times they have been attacked, physically attacked, while they are doing their job. You see that? So that one undermines the functions of this institution here. So they need to be protected. They need to be strengthened so that they are able to do a very good job. And in addition to that, civil service, which is also the engine of administration. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question, unless there is some clarification.
No, that's fine. Very brilliant, Manasa. You have definitely the experience, the expertise. You have answered my question all very good, and thank you very much for taking time for that. And we'll discuss in other platforms. So just I make a note here. I know you talk of CAN, the civil administration during the liberation struggle, but I think when we got our state, we ignored the human capital that were better trained in the old Sudan, Junubin. I've traveled in all the states with Sudan because of the nature of my work. Wherever there is a village I go to, and I find it Junubi, David Idari. Okay, so these human resources, we haven't used them to complement what was in CAN, because they were better trained. If we had made use of them, I think we'll have a better result. Like, and this is a talk for another time. And also things like extension workers in agriculture. These are things that when we come to talk about details, these are things that we need to emphasize so that we can deliver real service to the local level. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. Thank you, Teresa, for opportunity. I will go down now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, your point is in place. South Sudan is not sort of of human resource really. When you look at our people who have worked in all Sudan, some of them are even holding a very sensitive places in Sudan. If Sudan currently, what it is in terms of development, we cannot talk of the current Sudan without the contribution of the Southerners in bringing Sudan for what it is now today. You see that? So when we got the independence and these people came back to South Sudan, we decided to marginalize them. People call them Arabs. bourgeoisie. You see that? And instead of saying you have been in the system, you have been working, now use your expertise to help us develop this country. We started calling these people names, and some of them, majority of them, by the way, died of stress because they don't believe that the country that they believe it is theirs, and they are going to do everything to now develop this country. At the end of the day, they are just dropped. I can give an example of this man called, I think he passed away last year. I don't know. I just saw it in social media. He's called Frederick Lukuli. This man was working in the customs in Port Sudan. This man his capacity in terms of customs, it's international. International. You understand the dynamics of customs. You are economists. I think you can search for that. But now what happened? When they was just thing briefly put there and later on thrown out and just wasted until passed away. And now we are favoring officers, police officers. Actually, not even police officers. Those to transform rebels into police, making them now to run our customs. You are putting somebody who doesn't know anything about customs to run this essential institution, which institution is supposed to raise revenue. Which revenue is actually the backbone of your economy, is the backbone for your security, is the backbone for your country to exist. See that? That's why countries like Rwanda, in their inception state, while they have limited capacity, after the genocide, capacity was limited. They decided to bring foreigners. See that? They decided to bring foreigners and give them sensitive position in the country with contract, such that at least the system can go while they're training their locals to come and take over. So the system Rwanda currently is having, which is the best in East Africa, it has been a planned program that involves the locals as well as other people from outside that are giving them technical direction on how it's supposed to go. You see that? But for us, instead, we decided to go for countries that actually their system even has a problem. Their very system even has a problem. So we decided to go for them, and then they brought all their techniques. Why? I remember somebody was because I participated in the Vision South Sudan Vision Z2040 or something like that. When it was being crafted in Juba, we used to come from counties to participate and the like. And then even these what they call finance management system. You see that? Some of the workshops and the like also participated in it. Now, a certain American man who was actually an expert while they are drafting this financial management system, management system for the South. And during break, we went out for break and we were taking tea, and the guy started saying that because they are evaluating that aspect, whether it's working or not. Then he was saying, you see, South Sudan, that he has been actually involved in drafting such a law, managing a financial system for many countries, especially in our region here. So he said that one of South Sudan is one of the best in the region. But the South Sudanese are one of the best people in defeating a system that instead of money flowing through this system and you'll be able to track it, now the money is flowing outside the system. So the system is just there and there is nothing for you to track. You see? And this goes back, I think, I don't know who is that. Is it Faris Mafi who was talking about how Wandu ended up not giving any editor's report? Because there is nothing actually to edit. You go to the ministries, you will find nothing there. Because money has been spent somewhere, not within their system that's what's going on. So you are right, brother. We really need to put much of these things in details, empower our institutions, empower our administrators, and that's when now we can be talking of a quality service. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Suba. I think Stephen, are you there, Stephen Tabule, or shall we? Stephen, are you there? I think Stephen maybe مشكلة. نمشي لبرادة أبان عندك سؤال اتفضل فرصة لك.
Thank you. Just give me a chance because it's like really very interesting topics. How we're gonna govern ourselves. What the system we're gonna adopt it in South Sudan. And really it's like telling for everybody in South Sudan. Because really we don't have a system to govern ourselves. And then always like Mr. Teresa and all these like moderators, Simon and Manas and Dominic's, really just we should discuss like what our future, how we govern ourselves. And it's a good thing because what I believe in South Sudan, we got our challenge, how we're gonna govern ourselves, what system we're gonna adopt it to govern ourselves. If we go like centralized systems, it's not gonna work. You're gonna go for federal systems, not gonna take us to tribalisms. Centralized systems are gonna take us also to tribalisms because always we see who's governing us in central governments. We see him somebody just like from this belongs to this country, these tribes. So we just like just like you're working for your tribes. When we go back to centralized this centralized systems mean federalisms, mean just we're gonna go back to just like everybody gonna go root cause the root his own roots. Means you're gonna go your own tribes. When you go your own tribes, means like because you're gonna go the centralized system without your roots, and then different unique systems in South Sudan. Those systems not gonna work for us. But it's like you guys, you are lawyers and understand these things, and then we should just very healthy discussions, and then always if we got a chance of this thing, we can get impact. You know how we govern ourselves, and then I'm so glad you guys bring up these topics, and this very interesting thing how we govern ourselves. What the system we're going to adopt in South Sudan. wasn't easy things. They're gonna take us many years, but no way. We have to take it like it is. But even though I'm stuck, I don't have nothing like that. But what
Do
I
you have
believe
a question?
my question.
Do you have a question,
Yeah,
brother, regarding the topic? If you heard the room from the beginning and then here now, do you have a question regarding what Mr. Suba has presented here?
Is it me who's not listening or everybody?
I think it's everyone. Aban, we can't hear you. I think he's facing an issue with his internet. صوتك ما في كان ما في صوت. We didn't hear anything from your question. هسه بقى واضح. Yeah, go on. هسه واضح. نعم.
Yeah, what I believe, both systems like centralized system not going to work for us. Federalism system not going to work for us. So we have to have unique systems to going to work for South Sudan.
انت سألت هسه السؤال ولا عندك مشكلة بتاع شبكة؟
هو ميت نص تيمو انتهى خلاص هو بيقولوا بس السيستم دي ما بيستقل ما اعرف
ما شيء بتاع ايه لكن يعني
انت سؤالك شنو؟
What I believe سؤالي انه just like both systems they're gonna work for us. We have to get unique systems. They're gonna work for South Sudanese. Accommodate all South Sudanese. Because if we go like centralized systems and like federation system, not gonna work for us. We have to have get unique systems. And then what is my belief? Because they're gonna take us other way, you know.
Did you say unique? Did you say unique system? What is this unique system?
Yeah. In this system, you have to come up with some things, how you govern yourself, because you got tribalism, you got like Omad, Tashur, and then I just like everything. And then just like, hey, look, we're not going to copy anybody. You have like your own things, how you going to govern yourself. Is our problem now. We don't copy, just like, other just like, what they call it, like other countries or other like, systems, you know. We are like, we have to copy our own system. How just like everybody gonna be okay with it?
I want to ask you, where do you live right now, Ban? Can you hear me? It is a minute. The guy doing this.
The United States of America.
They are to Nizam هناك في America.
Nizam to America, you accommodate everybody.
No, I'm asking you. Nizam bit America, then Nizam شنو?
Federalism system, so it's like everybody is like gonna be just like its own states.
Okay.
And then you got right.
Thank you.
Sudan, because our citizens they don't have a right because we are United States.
شكرا. You can go on, Manas. You can go on. Yeah, I think he's facing also issue with internet. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Aban, for your contribution, and it is also good. That's why we have this conversation. We share ideas, and at the end of the day, we reach to something that can be applicable to us. So even this unique system that you are proposing, it is possible, especially if we agree on what is that unique system. You will find that that unique system, if it is agreed by the people of South Sudan and it can address our economic, administrative, social, cultural, especially take us away from the tribalism that we have, corruption, dictatorship, and the like, then that will be a system that people will appreciate, and we go forward. I think And this is where also some of you will also work hard to begin to come out with the ideas of what unique system South Sudan wants that can really help, such that it will be in addition to the federal ideas that we're sharing. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Yeah, thank you. Brother Stephen, I saw you open your mic when Aban was talking. Are you able now to ask? Yeah, go on.
Yes. Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, anyway, first of all, I would like to thank you all. And also, I want also to congratulate our boys for achievement. I know we are going into a very rough situation back home there, but still we are, we're thriving. So I would like to thank brother Manas, and also please can you just bear with me? And sometimes you are okay. Yeah.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, there's a lot of benefit if we go for a federal state. First of all, let me take it into economic point of view. Like we have now the unity state. Unity state is the major producer of oil. And if you go to the citizen there is nothing that benefiting them. Nothing at all. In the state, the oil is costing them death and destruction. If you go to Upper states, it is the same thing. If you go to Eastern Equatoria, now the population of Tobosa, they are in a very dangerous state of famine. Meanwhile, they have the gold there. Who is benefiting from this gold? Nobody. So I encourage you with this idea of federalism, federal system. If you can convey this message to the ground, like to the grassroots, in a very simple Arabic, we are calling for this system led. I said, what's this central government doing to you? Nothing. Instead, the money is going to their pockets. Kulu. And this fact is, this is the real thing that's going on now. We let Siasa, we let NAS, we let IO, we let IG. This is the reality. Sometimes, in a European Taban, we know everything. Even a doctor, if you want to advise Junubi, well, Junubi can argue that I'm a medical doctor. Because we are born like that. We know everything, but we don't know it. So, Anna, I just have a question. Le Prime Manas, did you have a chance to let the population knows about the federal system? And what is the advantage of federal system and what is the disadvantage? So please, if you can just elaborate that more so that our population can know it, I think that will be very helpful. And also, I want to add to that question of the revenue. Revenue
collection or revenue management. You know, in a filan, the SPLM, Sudan, because we have experts. South Sudan are well educated. The number of educated people are not that much, but they have experience. Can be diaspora, can be joy Naxato. We have people that can do the job very well. And this country by this time, I'm sure by this time we're even more than Kenya. Yani country in development, we beat all those East African countries by this time. Then another point also, in the Yaltena, Harjita Jama, some of them have masters, even the PhD. Like as I'm talking to you, I'm residing in Canada. In the nursing, you have Canada who are well educated, but they're not doing. I mean, they are not using the training that they went for. They are doing just like those city jobs. Why? Because they went to school so that they can go back home and use that knowledge. But now they're stuck. And even they cannot do it. What repelled? Even they cannot do it. So Yanzol Kamagoi, what could you do? So I'm hoping, and still I have that hope. One day that country will be shining. And it will shine because of this forum like this. We have to educate our people, enlighten them about what's going back home, and we have to keep them hope. Give hope every time we give hope them. We have to give assurance to them that don't give up. There is a rainy season will come, and I believe in that. Yani, I was listening yesterday to one of the forum, which is one of our elder. Yeah, Professor Khan, he was telling us about Addis Ababa Kanbara Cave, and those are kind of things that we need to discuss here. So people like me can learn from it. And thank you. I don't have much to say. Anyway, sorry, but if sometimes you cannot put your words in order because it's something that I mean natural. I will control it. But I have a good, I have a very excellent ideas here. I wish I can write it, but anyway, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, ما مشكلة. No, شكرا كثير أستاذ ستيفن. We appreciate your presence and also for coming up. If you're stuttering, ده حاجة تبيم الناس ما بتحكوا that's why in NAS we give everyone rights, especially في أجل اللي هو نقول constitution بتاعنا بيدي حقوق لأي زول. Yeah, you're not don't feel like you're strange. You're welcome anytime. كان زول عنده situation زي بتاعك بدو فرصة إنه يتكلم بصورة أوسع. شكرا كتير. Compared Suba, maybe you heard what
Stephen, thank you very much for your contributions and for your questions and for your suggestions you made. And as Teresa also put it, stammer is not a crime, it's not a problem. What matters is your idea. Your idea is what matters. But how you are putting the idea, it's not an issue. Even in the Bible, Moses was not a good speaker, and that's why Aaron was meant to help him. But look at the contribution of Moses. He was able to save the Israelites from slavery. So there's nothing wrong with you, brother. Your ideas are very brilliant. Yes, you are right. Federalism has a lot of benefits. If we are to implement it, it will help our country. Number two, you talk of, if I can expand on advantages and disadvantages of federal system. And then you said whether our people know about this system, because you are saying it is important if people are enlightened about this. So part of this symposium that we are doing now, it's certainly part of the efforts. The idea is to reach out to the people of South Sudan to understand. So this is now what we're doing. In our structures, we have our federal structures. The federal structures comprise of the several institutions that we have put in place. So this federal structure that we are putting in place in NAS, in terms of our governance, it is also to be in line with this ideology that we are advocating for, this ideology of governance. Because you cannot preach one thing and practice something different. So we are starting within our structure of governance in NAS by appreciating, applying some of these ideas that we are talking about. We have a huge support base inside South Sudan. We call themselves, and they are effective. They are doing their job, and these ideas are also trickling to them, and they also help in awareing people. We in National Salvation Front, by the way, we mean business. We mean business. We are not just talking things out of blue, but we mean business, and that's how it is now. And whether the regime wants it or not, this conversation is necessary for people to know and appreciate. As we said, the people are sovereign. Let the people of South Sudan be the one rejecting it, but not an individual, not a group of people, not a political organization, not even whatever power that you have. But let the people of South Sudan be the one rejecting it. Also in well coordinated forum, which is respected also by all people, that yes, this is the but not a group of people who decide that no, we don't want this system and this is what we want and the like. You see that? Stephen, there is no system in the world, especially as far as governance is concerned, which is perfect, doesn't have side effects or disadvantages. Every system must have its advantages and disadvantages. Here, you realize that under federal system, there are a number of advantages, as explained earlier. When you go federal, there's chances for you to establish a constitutional order. And I think this is what we are lacking in South Sudan. So if this federal system will be able to provide a vast constitutional order where things are dictated by the constitution, then I think it will help us a lot. This federal system will address the challenges of leadership, particularly when it comes to leadership transition. In any country, there must be a way for which a leader comes, govern for a specific period, and goes, and another one comes. So under this idea we're talking about, there is a possibility that such leadership transition can be realized. And I think those who are against this system are the people who believe in presidency for life. Why? Because if blood is thicker than water, if the president comes from an area, that means you wanted to enjoy for life at the expense of other people. I think that is basically what some people are resisting. Resisting to change. But change is imminent. Change is imminent. There is one person who said that the only thing that doesn't change is change itself. But everything changes, whether you like it or not. Whether the supporters of Salva Kiir wants it or not, Salva Kiir must go. Whether they like it or not, Salva Kiir must go. Time will come, he must go. And therefore, if he goes, all the vestiges that represent Salva Kiir will also go. So this is an eminent thing. This is an eminent thing. It doesn't need you to be a witch doctor to tell this. This is the truth. Change will come. Whether you like it or not, it will come. You see? It will come by all forms. Sometimes it will come naturally. And you will not stop it. It will come. So there is no way that we shy away from this aspect. We need to have this change such that leadership changes and new people comes in. People who has capacity to help the people of South Sudan. Also need democracy. This system will also provide democracy. This as an advantage. Then it will also address many issues like problems we have with tribalism, corruption, issues of national development where things are just done haphazardly. Imagine there is this notion going on in South Sudan. When people talk about it, it makes me sick. When people say, we are still a young country. If somebody is talking about this thing that we are still a young country, it makes me sick. Makes me feel malaria, typhoid, all this. South Sudan is not young. South Sudan is a child born with teeth. South Sudan is a child born with all things. You see? Imagine a country immediately born like that in its account has more than $4 billion US. Imagine a country that was born already has structures, already has civil service, functioning civil service. Remember, this country has been a region under Sudan for 6 years. Remember, this country under Sudan has been 3 provinces with administration. What is this for sake? For God's sake, is young. What is this? This youngness of South Sudan, where does it come from? It is actually a notion entertained by incompetent people. Incompetent people under the government of Salva Kiir that also refers to us that we are a young nation and therefore we need help. We are young nation, we are not able to address this thing because we are young. This is incompetency. South Sudan is not young. South Sudan is a child born with teeth, ready to compete with the rest. But having a competent political operatives on the head, that's where everything collapses. Addressing issues of land grabbing, issues of rebellion, I talked about this thing, fostering unity, disadvantages of the system. Now, as I put in the beginning, there is no system without disadvantages or challenges. Federal system also has challenges. And it is good that we appreciate this thing in advance. We appreciate this thing in advance. The system is very complicated. To implement it is very complicated. It needs a lot of technicalities. It needs a lot of technicalities. So these technicalities requires that those who are implementing this system should also be technical enough to navigate the constant challenges that will come out of this system. See that? Those are the aspects. So how to navigate these challenges? You must first of all know in advance what are those challenges that are coming. Now, if you remember, Stephen, some of the questions that other people are asking, when you look at them, they're in terms of fears, they're in terms of reservations, they're in terms of some missing links that are not put in place. When you look at those questions people are asking, those are some of the real challenges, by the way. They are real challenges that is likely to affect this system. But if we are able to anticipate these challenges in advance, then you can be able to put in place mechanism of addressing these challenges. For instance, one of the challenge that I will provide, today we are seeing corruption in Juba, by Juba elites who are engaged in corruption. In federal arrangement, if we are not very careful, then the corruption will move from Juba to the states. This is where now the governors will be the architects of the corruption. This is where you will find that tribalism will move now to the states. The states will now be dividing themselves according to the groups. This division is to make sure that you cling on the economic and political power such that it is only your group, it is only your ethnicity to enjoy the state cake in the expense of the others. So now the question is, how are you going to address some of these dynamics that are likely to arise? Because we are talking about sharing power, sharing resources. Now, these resources are going to come to a certain heads of government in the states. How do you guarantee that these people are not going to mismanage these resources? These are the conversations that we need to have to make sure that such biases, loopholes are not easily exploited and addressed in advance. I'm bringing this aspect because when you look at the Nigerian federalism, this aspect is the one now haunting the federal arrangement in Nigeria. The states, the governors in Nigeria are very powerful people. They take the whole money, particularly the states that has oil, are very powerful. And people are killing themselves because of the opposition. And that's why in Nigeria, there are very few people who are admiring the seat of the president. But when it comes to the state governor, particularly those who are comes from the oil-rich states, my friend, governorship is not an easy thing because it's associated with the now. How do you seal that leakage? Especially that in the context of South Sudan, institutions are weak. There is even lack of morality when it comes to individual leadership or individual person. There's lack of proper, serious deficiency of morality among our political class. Corruption and stealing in the context of South Sudan is seen as a virtue. You cannot imagine. Today, we served in the government and we have come out from the government without doing anything. Can you imagine people are insulting us that we are very stupid because we have not stolen? Can you imagine this? This is the level people has reached into. If you have served in the government and you have come from that government poor, that means you are not you are stupid. So stupidity, the word stupid in South Sudan is now restricted to people who have worked in the government, and these people came out poor without stealing from the government. You see how dangerous our level we have reached in? And this is the common man, the citizen, who is actually defining you like that. And now, if you go there and you get the wise person who steals the government, the same person the same person also will say this person is stealing the government. You are a thief. Now, what's your problem? What do you want? If somebody has not stolen, he's stupid. If somebody has stolen, he's a thief. Now, what is your problem as a citizen? So this is what I'm saying. There is a serious problem of morality, of virtues, of what entails a service leadership. So if we have not invested enough in this aspect of leadership, of character, then this federal system that we're talking about will pose for us a very, very serious challenge. And in addition to that, poor or inadequate or weak institutions. If institutions are not well established or weak, then you will find that people will use the weak institutions now to implement their agenda, but not the agenda of the federal objectives. You see that? And this is where now the system will also be defeated. So these are the few disadvantages, but there are others that are there that can also be structured from particularly in the various principles that we are talking about. But we need to look at the bigger picture, Stephen, on what this system provides and design mechanism of fighting the negatives in case it arises. Because if we don't do that, then the whole system will not work. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you a lot, Competent Suba, and I appreciate also Ustaz Stephen for coming up. Let's go to Brother Ujuk. Appreciate your patience. If you have question, please proceed. Yeah.
Greeting lawyer Michael Suba, greeting Teresa, greeting Dominic, greeting Simon. I have several questions to lawyer Michael Suba. In your advocacy for federal system, will this federal system ensure a social welfare model of representation in terms of equal and equality and being fair to the general population, let's say the 80 tribes of Southern Sudan, in terms of representation in recruitment in the civil service? Because I heard you saying that it will be meritocracy. And then in terms of representing them economically. For example, we have other communities in Southern Sudan, especially in our Great Upper Nile region. There are communities like the Jay, the Anuak, and the Moban, and in East Equatoria like the Lopit. Although we might have some of their sons who are meritocrats, who have graduated from university, they happen to be marginalized in terms of equal and equality representation. You don't see a J or Anuak in parliament or in other government civil servants like directors. And also, your federal system, will it have a supreme court? Like here, I live in America, like here we have a Supreme Court that interpret the law and the Constitution. But the American system of federal Supreme Court is unfair because it's always appointed, there are 9 members is always appointed by the president. But will your Supreme Court be a representative? For example, we have 10 federal states, and if we go back, let's say senior members of the court in this state could go as federal members of this Supreme Court. Will you apply that? Last but not least, will you borrow the federal system of Sweden, that is a social welfare system, to implement a social economy model that will ensure that our 81 tribes who are still economically in the agrarian stages in terms of farming, they're still in the agrarian stages. And also, will you have a socialist market to avoid an open market, a capitalist open market that exploit these peasants? And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Ujuk. Comrade Suba, you heard the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Brother Ujuk, for these nice questions that you have asked. You talked of social welfare representation. We talked of social welfare or representation of our tribes in civil service. You wanted the assurance that our tribes would be fairly or equally represented, especially the federal government, having the fear that there are minority communities that might be denied representation, or because of the historical factors that some of these minority communities may not favorably compete because maybe they may not be able to raise the necessary manpower to fill out their representation. These are some of the fears. When I was explaining, I did mention that we need to commit ourselves to principles of participation under the federal arrangement system, such that everybody feel that he's part and parcel of this system. And the government that we're talking about in the federal system must be the true representative of the people who have committed themselves to that arrangement. I did allude for that. I alluded for that in the beginning. And we need to come out with a mechanism of assuring that people are represented there. How? We need to agree on the formula of how we can all of us be represented in that government. And therefore, there are many formulas for this representation, and that's why I mentioned about we can come out with the issue of quota. Our tribes will be represented in terms of their quotas. Looking back at the population, and that's why population census is important. You have to look at the population of our communities, and therefore, based on their calculations of the population, and then the formula for the representation, then you can come up with what is applicable for each share of these communities when it comes to this is one formula. And then there are several, social sciences, political sciences. It's not even federal experts. When it comes to representation, there's no short of knowledge on the acceptable formulas that have been used in other countries, and it has worked for that. In regard to whether some communities may not be able to raise people that can fill up their quota, that still also is not an issue. Such communities, by the way, it will also become the responsibility of the federal government to ensure that a special arrangement is put in place for these communities to, if it is in terms of education, for instance, then these communities must be given a special consideration in terms of education, such that first of all, how much or how long does it take, for instance, to educate a person who can be ready to immediately to work? You'll find that it doesn't take a long time. So you find that apart from the issue of representation, it's also important to think of now building capacities of these minority groups, so that when time comes, then they will be able to now take their rightful position. So you have to look at the effects that also is disadvantaging some of these communities, and then you work towards that. You see that? This is another thing. You talk of representation at the Supreme Court. This issue of the court here, independency of the court, it's very, very important. And I talked of a judicial service commission that is responsible for identifying competent judicial officers that will represent the country, and they have a specific qualities that are required for people to be appointed in this court, and therefore, first of all, one of the principles that is important here, it is actually commitment or the fact that if you have become a Supreme Court judge, then you purely discusses judicial matters. You see that? You purely discuss judicial matters, not necessarily representing your tribe. Because if you are now representing tribe, then this aspect of independence of judiciary here will be defeated. You see that? But when we restrict ourselves to the rule of law and the implementation of the law as it is, then you find that if the court and the individual judges are independent in doing their law, in implementing the law as it is, then I don't mind if the judge is from whatever, I will still get the redress, because the measure that he uses to advocate on my case is not my trial, it's not what I believe in, but it is the rule of law, which is also which binds us all together. So the view that these courts must be highly professional, and the qualifications should be based on the legal capacity and how professional that person is, and the time spent in the legal profession. Because to become a Supreme Court lawyer, a judge, it's not easy. You should have actually served in almost all the courts, and you have also spent good years in judiciary, looking at cases, and your record is clean. You see that? So it is not easy, because this is an apex court of the land, where you are actually deciding the fate of the nation. So it is not easy thing that people jog around like what those of Salva are doing in Juba now. No, defeats them. So we need to commit on seriousness on establishing a body like this, because this is a very, very important body. Whatever we're talking about and that's why in certain countries, it's very hard for you to see a Supreme Court judge. Very hard, because these are the people who are not supposed to mingle with people unnecessary. They are not supposed to be seen in the common places and public places, because it will compromise their neutrality. You see that? Because when you begin to today, if you are seen with the Supreme Court judge, and tomorrow you happen to have a case in the court, and for instance, I used to be with this one Supreme Court judge, and I have a problem with somebody, and you happen to see me sitting with that judge, and the other day you now want this judge to be looking at our case between you and me, definitely you will complain. You will say that no, this person is close to me, and therefore this case will not be advocated the right way. So you will expect that person to recuse himself, not to be part of this, and this will bring problems. So judges are supposed to be completely people who are not easily accessible, such that their integrity, their neutrality is respected, not as what in Juba. Like now in Juba, if you wanted Chief Justice, the one we have there, there is that hotel. How do you call it? That hotel.
Pyramid or Numule Logistic? Pyramid?
Eh?
Pyramid?
Not
Resident?
Not pyramid. There is that hotel near the Ministry of Physical Infrastructure of Central Equatoria, behind there. It is owned by a certain Greek man, Natos.
Natos restaurant.
If you wanted to see Chief Justice, you go to Natos. You'll find him there. So what kind of system are we talking about here? So these are the things. So we need to strengthen our Supreme Court. We need to strengthen our judiciary so that our judges have integrity. And that's why, by the way, the logic of paying judges very high, you see, such that this man does not have a problem with money, such that nobody will come and corrupt him. Because if it is money, already he has money. Yeah. If it is the necessities of life, he has it. That is the logic.
Battery 100%.
They are not given money just simply because maybe the profession is very exclusive. No, it is actually to make them beyond easy, bribed or played around. You see that? That's the thing. Because usually when you are bribed, you become blind. You don't see now the law as it is. You see the law in different ways, and now begin interpreting in a different way just to defeat the case. So, Brother Ajok, we really need to concentrate much on the strengthening the capacity and supporting our judges such that they become independent and people of character to help. And now this is also another challenge, whether we can achieve it or not. That is the thing. This idea of social welfare, yes, social welfare, personally to me is a good idea, particularly when the country has a lot of resources. You can be able to build a welfare state. But we need also to be very careful on the nature of the state that we want to build. Do we want to build a working state that members are active and is contributing to the governance of the country? Or we wanted just a welfare state where the government works for the people and the people are not doing much? When you look at the other systems like Sweden, as we talked about, and other welfare states, mostly in Europe, these states are characterized by certain unique things. One is the vastness of the resources. And then two, this state has actually worked hard. The citizens have worked hard and they have a lot in their reserves. And now the only thing is now to provide back to the contribution of the people over centuries, you see. So usually such ideas, they are good when we have already set the foundation of the country and the system is now working well, and you have enough in your reserve, and you can now be able now to come out with ideas now of building the welfare of the country. But if you just start like that without, first of all, putting in place all mechanism, you really want to look at this welfare state. If it is roads, they have already built roads. If it is health system, the health system is already in place. If it is security, the security is maximum. Everything. So they are actually at a level of now actualization. You see that actualization. Now they wanted to benefit from the services that the state has worked for them. You see that? So this is where I look at that level. But for us, really, we are completely zero. You put it well. We are just peasantry community still. We are still at a level, whether you are a farmer or you are a pastoralist, that's the level that we're still there. So how we need policies, first of all, that will move us to a different level, from our peasantry level to at least a middle class, where now from there we now also progress. You know, those social mobility in terms of the hierarchy of needs and the like. So you at the end of the day, now you now come and begin to advocate for now these issues of welfare when you have realized that you have enough, and now you can be able to distribute these resources now according to the needs. Even this welfare state, when they are giving back to the people, they give according to the capacity of the people, how they are segregated in terms of their incomes, in terms of whatever like that. So I think we are still too far from these ideas of building such a community where everybody benefit. But in terms of economic policies, particularly on whether we go social or we go and purely capital. I remember I did talk about that we in National Salvation Front we are for mixed economy, where we don't want to open economy completely capital, because we know you expose your citizens for the monopoly to the monopoly of the capitalist, the business class, who now use the market and their power of economic power to exploit the citizens. And of course, you in the government, if your citizens are exploited, then the citizen will look at you as a weak government, and therefore you are also working for your downfall as a state. So you have to balance that. You balance the interests of the capitalist, of course, who owns the money, and then you also have to balance the social needs of your citizens by ensuring that those aspects that you look critical to the citizens are not left to the forces, to the market forces. Because if you leave them to the market forces, then the market forces will commercialize those social needs, and definitely will cause problem to the citizens, and this process will happen. So the government, through the power of legislation, will definitely control the market to make sure that no monopoly is allowed to exploit the citizens. Just like now what is happening in Juba, the market is free to the extent that anybody can just decide whatever he wants, and the citizen just pays the consequences. Now, if you look at Juba now, most of the businesses, for instance, if I can classify it, the financial sector is controlled by Kenyans through Kenya Commercial Bank, Equity Bank, Cooperative Bank. These are the biggest banks which is operating in South Sudan. To the extent that even the salaries of our national army are paid by Kenyan Commercial Bank, meaning a neighboring government knows the size of our forces. Since you are the one paying, then you know how much you are paying. You look at how exposed that country is. This one doesn't need you to be an expert to know that such a national assignment that deals with the security, you give it to a foreign company. That is absurdness. This is actually a treason if you come into reality. That's one. Number two, when you talk of hotel industry in South Sudan, hotel industry is controlled by Ethiopians and Eritreans. And you know how expensive hotel rooms are in Juba. Very expensive. If anything, hotel rooms might be highest in the region, in Juba, in terms of prices. Now, these people make a lot of money. And this money, they just put in their bags and then they take to their countries. We have also Ethiopian bank, commercial bank in Juba. This Ethiopian commercial bank, by the way, gives loan to the Ethiopians in Juba. Imagine, they give loans to the Ethiopian in Juba to open businesses in Juba and work there. So, no southerner can be able to access loans in Ethiopian commercial bank for you to operate in Juba. So you look at the extent of the economic domination of South Sudan. Of course, when you talk of informal sector like buildings, these construction work, manual work, these are predominantly taken over by Ugandans. You see that? So the Somalis has taken over the oil sector. More than 80% of the petrol stations in Juba are owned by the Somalis. And apart from that, construction materials, business such as iron bars, cement, all hardwares of construction are predominantly controlled by the Somalis. Now, this is the situation. Okay. What is there which is left to the people of South Sudan? Nothing. You don't have political power. You don't have economic power. You are living at the mercy of others. The business, the political class decided to have a contract with foreigners to share the economy among themselves. And now you, as the people of South Sudan, you are just there to clap for them while they are eating. That is the figurative way that I can explain the situation currently in South Sudan. And by the way, why these peace negotiations sometimes are not helping, particularly the region. It is not contributing positively for stability in South, because if South become stable, especially with effective rule of law, it will also deny them from these benefits that they are now currently enjoying. So no wonder they will come out with the suggestions of 5 presidents for you. They will give you a suggestion of having five vice presidents. And this is just to make you unstable continue and while they are enjoying. You see that? And that's why it is important for people of South Sudan to know that don't think that somebody somewhere wish you well. And this, it is important for you to know. In diplomacy, nations compete, states compete. There is no nation that wishes another nation well, particularly if that country, he wants to benefit out from that country. So he will do everything possible to make you weak, such that he or she benefits that state. You see that? So we in South Sudan, if we don't take the destiny of South Sudan into our hands as a responsibility, forget about what the region is thinking or is talking about helping us, the people of South Sudan, and the like. No, nothing like that. So, we in National Salvation Front, we believe strongly that if we want to have a stable state, safe and stable state, then you must address the economic needs of your people. Because if your people are hungry, your country will also be hungry. If your people are poor, then your country will also be poor. And that's why any political organization without clear economic policy of how it will stabilize that country, just take into it that that country, that political organization is just nothing but a puppet that is also oppressing the people of South Sudan. And this is exactly what SPLM is now doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suba. You have answered all my questions. But there are one question I wanted to ask you, although it's just a short question, is that why are you not able to create a relief agency like the Operation Line, the Southern Sudan Relief Agency? Because our people are suffering in Egypt, Sudan, Uganda, Kenya. Thank you.
It is not easy to do that. Operation Lifeline Sudan, if you look at the history, how it came into existence, it came out because of the fact that the government in Sudan then was using now food relief as a weapon of the war. The government decided then to block the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the liberated areas. And purposely to make people then who are in the liberated areas to feel the pinch of the cost of the war, and to leave the liberated areas and go to the government control areas. Because while they are denying food in the liberated areas, they increased food in the government control areas, just as a means of pulling the people from the villages, from the SPLA control areas to go to the government control areas, such that it exposes the SPLA, SPLM from getting support from the communities. And that thing was responsible for the serious hunger which hit parts of Bahr Ghazal seriously, and even in Upper Nile and Equatoria. And it was on that it was not actually even what the SPLM, but it was the humanitarian organization who lobbied very hard, and that led now to the creation of Operation Lifeline Sudan, and that's why the base was made in Loki for the coordination of the humanitarian activities to help now the other areas that are under liberated areas. So that is the genesis of that. But now when you look at our context situation and our context now, you find that relief assistance is reaching to every corner of South Sudan, and that's why if you look at most of these agreements that have been signed and not implemented, there is this aspect of commitment to the humanitarian assistance and humanitarian corridors and protection of the humanitarian workers, such that they can deliver humanitarian assistance to different locations and the like. Though the government is also making some hindrances to the activities of the humanitarian workers, even killing, abusing, all these things have been happening. It's a challenge for that. But to come out with some framework like Operation Lifeline Sudan, it is not easy. It's not easy at this particular moment. Yeah. However, these of course ideas, and as we see the situation continues, how things will transpire, and these are all options that are available. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Brother Ujok, and also appreciate Mr. Suba for answering your question. I will move you down to the audience, Ujok, and then we have compatriot Gandhi is here, or Kweth. ممكن در تضيف حاجة؟ اتفضل غاندي.
طيب، أول حاجة تحية لكم جميعا في الستيج، كاميرا مناس وكاميرا دمنك كومباتري تريزا وكل المستمعين. تحية لكم، تحية ثورية خالصة. الرفيق ما قصر أستاذ مناس، يعني لخص الوضع داخل السيستم بتاع الفيدرالية، وأنا أفتكر إنه الفيدرالية نفسه يعني دي الآلية اللي نقدر نحل بها كل الإشكاليات الحاصلة في البلد. ليه؟ لأنه أول حاجة حنشتغل به هنتكلم عن constitution، لأنه الconstitution ده طبعا ده هو المحرك الأساسي لكل التفاصيل في البلد. الحاجة الثانية إنه النظام ذاته متخوف من فكرة الفدرالية دي. متخوف ليه؟ لأنه قد يحدث بعض التغييرات. كيف؟ بيقول إنه الفدرالية دي إذا جاء هيعمل مينيمايز لصلاحيات كثيرة، الصلاحيات المضرة ذاته بالمال العام وبالعمل العام في البلد. لكن إذا اشتغلنا في حتة إنه التوعية السياسية يمشي ببرنامجنا هو إنه نحن طارحين فدرالية عشان نقدر ندير به التنوع الثقافي في جنوب السودان، ونقدر نوزع به مواردنا ونعالج برضو إشكالية some places ممكن ما يكون عندهم مثلا حاجات في الطبيعة، زي في ناس عندهم بترول هناك على النيل في بانتي، وفي حتى في بور برضو في بترول
في دارية بيبور في دول برضه ظهر. ونحن ما علينا إلا نضغط بشكل جيد، نجتهد معا، لأنه اللي احنا قاعدين نسويه هنا ده ما عشاننا، عشان الجنريشن القايم. يبقى لما يجي بعدين كادر أي حزب عايز يحاورنا بمنهج، يحاورنا بسلوك سياسي، أنا بس كده بالورقة ده خلاص ماشيين نتكلم فيه أكتر. إنه النظام الفدرالي ده بنقدر ندير به مجتمعاتنا، بنقدر ندير به كل ما نحتاجه في البلد، حتى قضايا بسيطة زي ناس كاترو الرسلينج وخطف بتاعت عيال وتفاصيل زي نهب بتاع الأراضي. الحاجات دي بتكون مسائل إدارية، وممكن تكون في اللجان متفق عليه إنه يمسكوا الحاجة ده، لأنه ده شغل بتاع دولة. أنا يعني ما حمشي كتير يا اتفاق، أنا بس يعني سعيد بالسرد بتاع رفيق مناس. يمكن أول مرة النهاردة يعني أقعد لي نص ساعة أطلع لي فيه ب 250 كلمة. هي ليه تمرد مناس وكل الناس الفوق. شكرا.
يا شكرا لك كتير اللي هو الرفيق غاندي أو كويت. يا الإضافة بتاعك الغيم، وأنا برضو بشكر كل الناس المتابعين اللي برضو هيستمعوا المتابعين برضو في اليوتيوب للورقة بتاع يوم في السيمبوزيوم بتاعنا. I really do appreciate brother Mrs. Suba Samuel for presenting this great acts today. It's actually the federalism based on the governance acts. As we put the topic there, governance and administrative practice in federal system. So our brother has been here with us together, and we want to appreciate our people who have been with us from since the end of last month with this symposium organized by National Salvation Front under the slogan, "With the federal system, we will build a safe and advanced state." So some of you maybe have followed the first speaker who actually started this journey was Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul, and he spoke from the historical dimension of the crisis of the search for freedom in our country. And then we had compatriot Dominic Akwe. He actually talked from the political acts, which is actually related to the political and organization and practice under the federal state. And then later on, we had our brother, compatriot ambassador, Faris Matthew. He talked based on the economic and financial acts. And then we had Justice Kurkur. Lopita was the person who also talked based on the political and legal acts, for federalism. It's more like he focused on the constitutional and legal organization of the federal state. And then today, we actually cemented this symposium with our last speaker is Mr. Suba Samuel. He's also double as a NAS, a spokesperson. We really want to appreciate him today. He talked today in particular, the governance acts. It related to the system of the governance it's a political and administrative aspect, and linking it to the different levels of the government. I'm sure some of you who attended the room today have really benefited from this this last speaker in our symposium. It's quite important for us as movement, as NAS, and because this is part of our responsibility to educate our people. Not necessarily that we have to talk to our members, but also to the people, because we are here as a movement, our movement based on on people. That's why we call ourselves NAS. And we want really to appreciate all the people who also joined the stage and came with their, questions, and also share some view in addition, proposal here and there. The other thing that we will do, and something that we are going to discuss together with our all the contributors, so we'll be able to bring them together one day, all the speakers, I mean, here. So then they will also come and talk to the public, whether if somebody still have some questions regarding all the aspects that the contributor actually talked about, will be they will be here. We have to first think about the the time and everything. As for my brother before, Aban, he was asking. That's why I asked him when he asked his question. I asked him where he's living. I know that he's an SPLM IG. That's why he was rejecting all form of the governance, although he doesn't know that his boss in Juba is leading the country with decentralization, although it's not really the real decentralization. So he was talking about the unique system of the governance, but he did not know that from the beginning, when we started this symposium, we talk about the federal system model of South Sudan is a unique government system that addresses the peculiar situation and context of South Sudan. So basically, this is a nice document, and I also appreciate Mr. Suba for answering, in that regard. So, my brothers and sisters, before we end, we also want to give Mr. Suba a chance maybe to say a last word. And I know that it's getting late in his end. So we give him chance. Mr. Suba, تفضل.
Thank you, Teresa, and all the listeners of the clubhouse and those following us in the YouTube, and those who might join to listen to this recorded presentation and discussion that we had. I want to thank everybody for first of all attending, and for those who also contributed, and for those who have listened for this presentation. I think on behalf of my colleagues that participated in tackling this issue, compatriot Al-Hajj Paul, Dominic Akwai, Faris Matthew, Kukuba Pita, and myself, we are extremely humble, honored to have this historical moment to engage the people of South Sudan on this important topic of federalism, purposely in search of a permanent solution to the crisis in our beloved country. And I think after these intense discussions and explanations, it is now up to the people of South Sudan to decide for themselves whether they want to continue in a dysfunctional current governance of system or appreciate the abundance and the beauty of federalism if we are to implement its principles and the structure. And of course, also for other political parties, organizations, and even individuals, NAS is always available in case of in-depth and serious discussions on federalism and any other political discourse. We are ready to sit down and share our views on ideas, share and compare notes, benchmarking, and build consensus at the end of the day. Because the country unites us, and therefore we have to work towards the betterment of the country. this brings me to there is a Nigerian proverb. There's a Nigerian proverb that says, "It is not wise to catch a black goat at night. The least you have to do is to catch it in the daytime, because if you cannot be able to catch a black goat at night, you cannot see it. But at the daytime, at least you can see it and you can catch it. So this thing is akin to delaying federalism. When you delay federalism until when it becomes late, that it will become very difficult for you to implement it, because the time where you should have implemented it in the daytime, you have wasted it. Now you have delayed federalism to an extent that people will no longer agree on any other system that you want to implement. And that leads to the total disintegration of the country. So you better catch the black goat at the daytime before the day becomes dark, where you will not be able to catch this goat. To the organizers, you, of course, Dominic, and of course, as well as you moderators, I want to thank you very much for your good moderation and the good work done. We equally thank all NAF members and the entire people of South Sudan for listening to us. I can say, NAS Gua, NAS Power. Thank you.
NAS Gua, people power. I don't know, Compatriot Dominic, do you have last word to say before we end the room with a very small song? ولا دوني شكل تو خلاص بطل لمبة. غاندي عندك أي كلمة صغيرة؟ رفيقك ده نايم خلاص.
والله يا أستاذة، لو صوتي مسموع عايز أقول أدبية بس، يعني ما أكتر من كده. الأدبية بيقول قفل حساب الدم واغسل خلاص إيديك، من البيوت ترتاح من مشية الأرواح لسونك أو طلقة، علم الدخلة والمرقة من غير تخاف من ريح أو من شريك في الجو. إنسان بيشبه الحب، إنسان بيبني إنسان. شكرا.
الله الله. يا أنا بشكر ناس كلهم، وبشكر برضو المشاهدين في يوتيوب. انتوا قعدتوا لحد الزمن ده، احنا قعدنا almost 6 ساعات. يعني مسا صباح قاعد يتكلم، وبعد ذاك طبعا أسئلة الجات هو أخذ الزمن أكتر، لكن برضو ده كويس للفايدة بتاعنا كلنا، لأن إحنا مستفيدين من خلال كل الرفاق اللي هم شاركوا. فعلا إحنا بنشكرهم واحد واحد، ما هنقدر نفي بالشكر. يعني أنا شايف compatriot Simon is there. Simon, do you have last words that you want to say if you're not busy? ممكن تندو كلمتين.
أنا ما أعرف الصوت هيكون كويس كيف معلش.
يا أنا قاعد سمعتها يا.
اوكي شكرا. انا ما بكون عندي حاجه كثير، بس انا بقول شكرا كبير لكومباتريوت صوبا. I think today he has really done a lot of work, and NASA موجود في room ده, I think they have benefit from it. Or NASA Bijasoma, they will still benefit from it. And I hope that this kind of discussion will continue. That's the job that NASA has taken upon themselves, to educate the people of South Sudan. And we will never shy away from it. We will continue to do it until the message have to reach to the entire people of South Sudan. So, Anabagulu Nas Gua, people's power. Let the struggle continue. Shukran Rabana Makum Kulu.
Yeah, shukran kathir, compatriot Bulldozer Simon. It's true, this is our responsibility. It's not going to end here. This will continue one day. Even we speak in radios كان بكل روتانات جنوب السودان عشان رسالة يصل. لأنه honestly this country deserve to have a federal system. This is also a demand from our forefathers from 1947 until also when late Reverend Santarlino Ohure, when he confronted the Sudanese caucus within the parliament, when he was representing the people of South Sudan, he said that the people of South Sudan now they are asking for federal system. They did not ask for separation because the Sudanese elite were accusing the people of South Sudan that they're actually asking for federalism. They say it meant separation, by then. But he stood his ground. He told them that we are only asking for something simple. We want to govern ourselves within the parameters of the entire Sudan. But if you think that we want to separate, there is also something called self-determination. This is actually a right that given to people who are vulnerable. So if that situation happened, nobody will stop the people of South Sudan, as if he was actually prophesying about the independence of Republic of South Sudan, which came actually through the referendum. So we want to remember them and to tell them we are here continuing to hold the torch for the federalism. For those who are actually afraid of federal system, that claiming that the federal system is actually a kokora or division. There is no such system called kokora in a system of governance based on what we also studied at the School of Law. You see, America now is able to bring, all the 50 states together. And even here in Germany, where I am today, they were divided, but the federalism was able to bring them together. And so many examples in the world. I can't really go through it, but for those who want to listen, you can be able to go from the first speaker until our last speaker today. We have been speaking together here, interacting with the people. So this will continue. It's not only here, it will continue even نبوصل لهذه راديوهات وصلوا لهذه الناس تنا في بلد ونسوب اللغات كل المختلف لغتنا المحلية عشان الرسالة دي بوصل. لأنه فيدرالية دي يابلي منا في الدولة اللي فيه تنوع، في الدولة فيه مساحة كبير، فيه ثروات. جمال غابة فيدرالية دي مشكلة تتمون طبعا واضح عشان مون دير كده power جيني في دينتهم political power و economic power. لكن فيدرالية بودي فرصة لمواطن في منطقة بتاعه عشان يكون منتج، عشان برضه هو يحكم نفسه. لكن في ظل الفيدرالية الواحد ده بيكون في مركز، في دستور فيدرالي بيربط كل الفيدراليات ده. فده خوف بس هم أصلا عشان دارين يسيطروا على الحاجات ده، وهم يوارثوا الفساد. في ظل النظام الفيدرالي ما في فساد، في رغابة متشددة، لأنه الدستور في المركز دستور جامد. فده المشكلة إنه ناس دي أصلا بيخوفوا الناس تانيين، يقول لك والله الفيدرالية دي كوكرة. الفيدرالية ما كوكرة، يعني ستيت السيستم الكير بدير بول بلد دي أو ذات كوكرة، لأنه الناين وقسموا ولايات لولايات قبلية. إحنا عشان عندنا مشكلة، فإحنا بنحتاج لوصفة سحرية اللي هو وصفة اللي بيلم التنوع ده كله، بيلم لنا كله مع بعض كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. إحنا ما قاعدين نتكلم عن separation، لأنه إحنا عارفين إنه separation ده ما وقته، بالذات في حالة البلد اللي إحنا فيه. وإحنا شفنا لما انفصلنا من السودان، الناس دي اللي هم انفصلوا من السودان اللي كان بيتكلموا بأنه إحنا ننفصل من السودان، خلينا نجي وكده، كأنه الجنوب ده كان هينفصل وهيرفعوه بعيد في جنوب أمريكا. لكن ياهو قاعد بعد ما حرب بدأ لنا في 2013 نجري في خرطوم. إنه ده لأنه إحنا ما هلنا مشكلة اللي كان نجي شكل دي الأنظمة في المركز في خرطوم. إحنا جبنا نفس السيستم أسوأ لدرجة إنه كانت داير أعرف إنه even the national security bill اللي هم مرروه في برلمان بتاع جنوب السودان ده، على فكرة ده national security bill بتاع NCP. يعني تخيل أنت بتحارب ضد الأنظمة ده وبتحارب ضد الحاجات الغلط ده، وفي النهاية تجي تطبقوا زي ما قبل برادر سوبا سامويل قال. فأنا بشكركم كتير في اللحظة ده، وإحنا خلاص ماشيين نقفل، بس ناخد غنى قصير كده غناه لنا اللي هو الرفيق ميدو.
Connected to phrases I found
ناخد منه وطبيقة متأخر.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation, that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power.
ناس جوا people power. شكرا لكم كتير، شكرا لك كتير compatriots